Hey, hello.
Recording in progress.
All righty, hello. We're calling the Town Council Committee of the Whole, April 8th, 2025 meeting to order at 6:32 p.m. All councilors are present except for Councilor McBride said he's going to be late, and Councilor Merritt won't be able to attend. Councilor Bordelon, do you have calendar and communications?
Sure, thank you. First, I just want to thank the subbase for the opportunity to attend the USS of Iowa's commissioning. It was very awesome to be able to attend. I attend many different commissionings and christenings for subs here, and it never is a dull moment. It's very rewarding to be able to be a part. It was really cool too, as my son came down from Maine Maritime Academy with about 15 different midshipmen who were experiencing the commissioning of a boat submarine for the first time. So that was very rewarding to watch. And just all the festivities, and I really appreciated how they really brought all in the different touches of the food from the local area, so that was really good. I received some communications about the scoreboard at the middle school, and I guess there's some communication going back and forth with Board of Ed, and I don't know if the town manager's involved or not, but I guess the Board of Ed approved it, and I don't know if I don't know where that stands, so that's just a question that was sent. I also just wanted to say that in response to some of the accusations, I did send forward an email response that the town manager had sent a while back, what the town manager had sent me, and I responded back saying basically that's not exactly what was said in response to what he's stating, and then he responded back saying, he responded back. So I also did, for the record, based on the way that I've been treated up here recently, between my laptop and just different ways people are responding to me when I ask certain questions and everyone else is not, to just the false accusations, just overall how I feel constantly attacked up here, and it has been for 4 years. I did send something forward about a workforce harassment and got a response back from the town attorney stating that that was received. And so, again, all I want to do is serve the people. It's a volunteer position. Let's get over the micro, things that are going on, in my opinion. And ever since, the primary, it's been very hard to be up here. I wasn't wanted. It's very obvious, and I continue to be attacked and devalued to the point where point of orders now are just for anything. But other people can do other actions, and those same point of orders are not even given the same light. So I am no longer going to sit here and take it without speaking up, and I hope change will happen. Thank you.
Councilor Pacino.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have nothing to pass.
Thank you. Councilor Rusk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was able to attend the USS Iowa commissioning, as well as the mayor and Councilor Parker and Councilor Gajewski. It was a wonderful ceremony. All of my best to the officers and crew. This was especially exciting for me as the wife of a submariner from Iowa. It was really fun to meet so many people from Iowa who came out. It was like going home. It was really fun and a really great experience, and just an honor to be able to be there. I also received information from the scoreboard, emails regarding the scoreboard, and my understanding is that the money has not yet been received, and that the town was not given notice about it. So it is not yet on our agenda. That will be worked out between the Board of Ed. I'm getting the information to the Town Council. And as soon as we get more information, I'm sure we can move forward with it once it is ready to go and the money is here. I received a number of phone calls and emails about Groton Heights. I also received a letter that came to my house with no signature on it, which was a little disturbing. Not that it wasn't signed, but that some of the information in here is incorrect, and some of the information in here is part of the RFP process and is confidential information at this point. So it's disturbing that somebody leaked that information. The RFP process is a closed bid process and should not be discussed. And this is a direct violation of the RFP process. So to whomever gave out the information, I'm disappointed that that happened. I'm also disappointed that the information on here, quite a bit of it is incorrect. That being said, to all of my neighbors who reached out and spoke with me, I'm hoping that we will have some more information tonight on what's going to happen. Unfortunately, well, we'll find out what's going to happen. Regarding the allegations that were just stated, I would love a professional council and people who treat each other with respect. And unfortunately, that has been challenging at times. So I have been an elected official for 10 years and have never seen the lack of decorum that has happened at times in this council. And the fact that we have had to stop council meetings repeatedly is disappointing, to say the least. And really, as a councilor, I expect better of my fellow councilors and that they can be more respectful of everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I received the same emails as everybody else did. The only thing I would just mention is that there's an Arbor Day celebration at Groton Public, the Groton Public Library on Friday, April 25th at 10 a.m., held by the Public Works and Parks and Recreation. Will be celebrating Arbor Day. So generally, I go to all those, so I hope to be there, and I hope to see other people there too. And usually we plant some trees, and it's good. So there we go. Thank you.
Councilor Gajewski.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did attend the sub-base commissioning ceremony for the USS Iowa, but I attended as a state representative because I wear two hats, so I'm just going to clear that up for the record. And then also Mystic Chamber Music Series. They have a performance this Saturday at 5:30 at the Knowing Church in the village down there. I'm blanking on the name of the rest of it, but that will be at 5:30 on Saturday. And congratulations to the UConn women on their national championship. That's it for me, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Parker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With my fellow councilors and state rep, I was able to attend the USS Iowa commissioning. It was a wonderful time and interacted with a lot of different people. Food was good. So I do have to say that pork chop was saying something. But great time. Received communications about the scoreboard, Groton Heights, and some other concerns about the conceptual plans for Pequannock Plains Park Playground and the walking path, which I've discussed with Mr. Burt. I will probably, thank you for everyone contacting us. Thank you for the emails. As a counselor and RTM member, doing both since 2013, this has been an interesting few years. Being on the RTM with different groups, we've figured out how to agree to disagree with respect, where things have changed, and I'm hoping that we can move forward. We'll see. Thank you.
Mr. Burt.
Just respond to the scoreboard, the latest, if you're interested. I received an email just the last hour from Superintendent Austin. The AD, Mark Romano, reached out to EB earlier today, did receive confirmation the check is still anticipated soon. So Superintendent Austin will send me an official request in the next day or two. We'll plan on the next cow to be on the agenda.
All right, thank you. All right, so I prepared something to say this evening. I started on this council in 2017, and back then, local politics were tough. The community held you accountable for your actions taken at the council. The opposition will call you out for the way you voted or what you said at the council meetings. Debates on the merits of a subject matter were sometimes tough matches with differing opinions, for which I, for one, enjoyed a difference of opinion debate. I enjoy a healthy, respectful debate. Well, here we are almost 8 years later, and I thought I would share with the community some things that this local elected official has dealt with, me. Before I start, please do not take this as I'm whining. I signed up for this, and I have developed pretty thick skin over the years. But you know what? You, our community, deserve to know how utterly ridiculous and over the top it has become. Well, debate on the merits of local topics doesn't seem to matter as much anymore. Even our community forums have shut down local political debate. The opponents are no longer trying to convince the community to their side with the difference of opinions. Now people are simply going for the jugular. It's straight up personal attack warfare, and trying to destroy people's lives. All while they create the chaos, then claim to be the victim. And it seems anything can be on the table. Straight up lies, big lies, little lies, doesn't matter. Harassment, slander, defamation, collusion, find a way to destroy one's reputation at any and all costs. Because if you can't beat them fairly, I guess this is the second best way. I have had the IRS called on me for no apparent reason. People have lied about me breaking the law. I have had false complaints made against me. I have had frivolous complaints made against me. And the weaponization of the system, which are in place for real issues, have been utilized as a form of harassment against me. Oh, and by the way, the taxpayers have paid the attorney fees for just about all of it. I don't know how much, but I'd guess the taxpayers have spent over $35,000 over the years for bogus complaints against me. And guess what? It never seems to end. There will be more coming. Times have drastically changed in such a short span of time. Though I won't be a victim, but I really feel bad for the town of Groton and the staff and the volunteers and the prospects of who would want to serve on a council when it has become this toxic to one's own personal life. I love this town. This is not about me, but rather these are the times we are living in, and I hope it will turn around at some point in time when professionalism, dignity, and respect can come back to the local political arena. Thank you.
Point of information.
Your question?
I was wondering if, through you, for Councilor Rusk, if she could share the letter that was sent that wasn't signed, a copy of that.
We'll see.
Isn't it FOIable?
No, it was sent to my home.
What is it regarding?
It was sent to my home.
It's not FOIable.
Okay. I just know if it would be shared, I would just be curious to know.
Up next is approval of minutes. Councilor Parker, would you like to take that?
I make a motion to approve the Committee of the Whole meeting minutes of March 25th, 2025. I so move.
Second, Pacino.
Moved by Parker, seconded by Pacino. Does anybody have anything that they, any issues with the minutes? Okay, seeing no hands, I'm going to call for a vote on 2025-340. March 25, 2025 minutes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? That passes 6-1-0. On to new business. We were on 2025-162-3, alteration of a scenic road, 1130 River Road. This is on page 12 of our packet. Councilor Gajewski, would you like to take that one?
Item 2025-162, alteration of a scenic road -113 River Road. Motion to recommend a resolution approving the alterations of a right-of-way on River Road to improve the driveway sight lines for 1130 River Road as presented. So moved.
Second.
Moved by Gajewski, seconded by Rusk. Councilor Bordelon.
I just wanted to ask, is there any other new information regarding anything that beyond what was presented?
There's not. I'll say the camera. No, there's not.
And there was no concerns from many of the neighbors or community members, just putting it on the record that no one had a problem with any of the things that were proposed that has come before us.
No, no concerns were received.
All right. All right, thank you.
All right, seeing no other hands, we'll take a vote on 2025-162-3, alteration of a scenic road, 1130 River Road. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Passes 7-0. Up next, 2025-266, Connecticut Municipal Redevelopment Authority Partnership. This is on page
20?
This is on page 20? Okay. It's duplicated? Jeez Louise. All right, the motion is on page 21. Councilor Jones, do you want to take that?
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 2025-266, Connecticut Municipal Redevelopment Authority Partnership, motion to recommend a resolution to set a public hearing for May 6, 2025, to receive community feedback on the town partnering with the Connecticut Municipal Redevelopment Authority. So moved.
Second.
Moved by Jones, seconded by Rusk. Good evening. Would you like to introduce yourself and
Yes.
give us a synopsis?
Sure. Good evening. John Reiner, Director of Planning and Development Services.
And Corinne Piazza, Economic and Community Development Manager.
And also tonight, we do have a representative from the state, Connecticut Municipal Redevelopment Authority, if any higher level questions are needed, but we're prepared to give an overview. So.
Great. Thank you. So this presentation doesn't include any new information. It's everything that's in your packet, just in slide form. So the Connecticut, thank you. The Connecticut Municipal Redevelopment Authority was established through legislation by Governor Lamont. It's a quasi-public state entity that partners with municipalities in their efforts to build more housing in their downtowns.
I'm sorry,
And-
point of parliamentary procedure. Could
Yes.
you please quiet the gallery? I'm having a
Yes.
hard time hearing.
Can those in the galley please quiet down? It's distracting to those up here at the council table. Thank you.
All right. So they partner with municipalities in their efforts to build more housing in their downtowns and around transit hubs. They have over $60 million in state capital authorization that can be mobilized for project support, and it's led by Executive Director David Corvus and overseen by a 16-member board. The MRDA is identifying municipalities to opt in as a partner, and approved communities gain first selection for redevelopment grant funding. Originally, when we submitted this packet, there were 4 municipalities that have been approved, and it's actually up to 12 at this point. And funding can go towards transit-oriented development, housing, vacant building demolition or rehab, and the development or redevelopment of projects. So the town overall has an opportunity to partner to become an approved community and take advantage of the resources MRD provides, with a particular focus on our downtown area. Next slide, please.
Thanks. And partnering with the MRDA is optional. It allows us to take advantage of both state expertise and state funding, and the state actually has a group of consultants that are serving for them to help specifically for this. What we kind of think of as our downtown area is really a strong candidate in our focus for this partnership. It could benefit from a focused housing plan and, further funding to support activation, housing development, transportation infrastructure, and transit. I think, a lot of people often question why isn't more happening, on our downtown area, kind of our Route 1, our TIF district. This is another tool and direct funding from the state that would actually help make some things happen within that area. There's already, as I said, some existing overlays in that district. So not only do we have the TIF district there, part of that area is an enterprise zone, and then we also already have a high-density zoning district, the mixed-use town center overlay district within that area. This is the area that it is. Sorry, next slide, please. So this is our TIF district. This is that mixed-use town center zoning district. It's not an overlay district misspoke there. So this is that zoning district, really thinking kind of our big three shopping centers down there, the Big Y area, the old Benny's Plaza, and then the Aldi's Plaza, as well as some other sites within that area. Next slide, please. And kind of next steps is the council might wish to consider opting into this program to help spearhead downtown's activation, increase housing, and our next steps are really to schedule a public hearing to get feedback. Not really a whole lot to it. Once we move into, if we do that public hearing and the town opts in, we then work with the state, with the MRDA, it's a quasi-state body. They review our zoning, make sure that it's actually compatible with this. They might give us some options and recommendations, the things that we can do within our zoning to actually increase more housing and kind of some of that mixed-use development. And then we begin partnering with them on redevelopment opportunities with, private parties. Happy to answer any questions.
Councilor Jones?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Director Reiner and Corinne. So my question is, this has $60 million in capital. Is the $60 million for helping a town or community develop the property or to help pay for the property?
So unfortunately, we don't get all 60 million.
Right.
But it's to be split between all the municipalities that are applying for this within the future. So this is to help with a number of things. So we would not be buying the properties. We are not, the state is not necessarily buying the properties. This is to help spur redevelopment, to help with, a number of things there, whether it's building rehab, it might be direct grants to property owners to help move things along. It could be technical assistance. It could be building demolition to help clear sites and make them site ready. It could be some kind of pre-design engineering work. There's a kind of a whole slew of things that would be money that is eligible to help spur that development there. So, we've done so far all the right things within our available toolbox of what we could for spurring development downtown. We have great high-density zoning there, lots of good incentives. It's an enterprise zone, it's a TIF district, but we're still not seeing that redevelopment happen there. So having an opportunity to get a direct injection of money and, rehab money within that district is just one more thing that would be available to the property owners there.
And is this, through the mayor, is this something that developers look for, like a community that might have, this gives them a little extra boost to help them move their project forward?
Oh, certainly.
Yep, so that's something they do. And what's the process of entering? Is she just signing up for this or just saying yes, or?
So pretty much, we have to have by state law, we have to hold a public hearing, receive any feedback. After that public hearing, the council could say, yes, we want to opt into this by resolution. And then we work with the state to make sure that, our zoning aligns, and there's some other things that we have to do. And then if all that works out, then we're eligible for funding.
So,
If
go
I may.
ahead.
And once we partner, we would work with the MRDA and we can establish essentially housing growth zones and create a development district plan. So there's an overall plan. It's not just once we go, you never hear about it again. There'll be a general plan that we work from with the MRDA to reach those goals.
And how successful has this been in those other 4 communities?
So this just started. This is a brand-new program, and actually now it's up to, since the last time we spoke with the state when we first put this together, it was 4. Now it's actually 12 communities that have adopted this. The state right now is actually, or the MRDA is reviewing their zoning currently and kind of going through their eligibility criteria to make sure that they check all the right boxes and are spurring the type of development that they are looking for.
And this is open to any community of the 169 communities in Connecticut, or is it certain that have sort of done all the things that you've talked about, or how is it?
I think it's actually a lesser number of communities that it's eligible for.
And we can ask
Yeah.
David up as well. And I believe it has a lot to do with if some of those existing things are already in place, such as zoning that supports mixed use like we have. So I think that's one of the indicators.
Hey, councilors. David Corus, Executive Director of the Connecticut Municipal Development Authority. So there are 161 of the 169 municipalities that are eligible, all except for the 8 that are part of the Capital Region Development Authority, because they have a separate entity that supports them on similar efforts. Of those 169, there is one additional threshold criteria, which is you have to have either an existing or planned rail or bus rapid transit station or a downtown. And so of those 161, maybe there's about 100 or so that are eligible to work with us.
Okay. And, all right, well, thank you, Director Reiner, for reaching out. I don't know who reached out to who, but thank you for looking at these kinds of opportunities and bringing them to Groton. So, great, thank you.
Yeah, a team effort, so.
Councilor Rusk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for coming today. Thank you for explaining this. I guess I have kind of more nuts and bolts questions. I did ask what the maximum number of, what's the maximum number of communities that you would accept? Would you accept all 161 minus a couple, or?
Yeah, theoretically, we're in the process of ramping up our own capacity, and so there is some limitation. I do suspect that, by the end of 25, kind of early 26, we'll be in the 36 or so range. And, I think just based on where communities are, where their interest is, we'll probably plateau there for a little while. Applications for funding, just maybe I can add a little bit of flavor to what John and Corinne had said. The 4-step process. So a municipality opts in, and that action sends the signal that there's a basic level of interest on behalf of the legislative and executive branch and the public, so we can start to allocate some time and energy towards working with the community. We then take a look at the zoning, but only in the limited geography, within the downtown, within the station area. And our statutory obligation is to certify whether or not the zoning in that area will likely substantially increase the number of dwelling units. I try to kind of downplay the word substantial because it's very subjective. It's totally dependent on the existing community. It'll vary by scale. I like to emphasize the word likely, right? It's looking at the zoning, and as John kind of described, right, is this going to attract development? Does it have the parameters that developers are looking for who are willing to implement the municipality's vision? We may certify the zoning as is, right? I haven't taken a close enough look at it to say whether or not. That's what we do after there's the opt-in resolution, but we may check that box. Or we may, as John said, have some recommendations. It's important to note, though, that if we have recommendations, it is exclusively the purview of your local planning and zoning commission to determine whether or not you want to adopt them. It is a precondition of moving forward if we do have those recommendations, but it is absolutely within local control. If we do have recommendations, and if you do want to adopt them, we can provide technical support and additional capacity to help you with that implementation. We then enter into an MOU with the chief elected official that establishes the parameters of the development district. Most importantly, the boundaries on the map. Those boundaries would be coterminous with the zoning, as Corinne and John described, that we have certified. Once that boundary exists on the map, then either the municipality can apply directly to us for infrastructure support, or any developer or property owner therein can apply to us for gap financing or other support. And so to your question, Councilman, about kind of whether this is an attractive tool, it is absolutely an integral layer of the capital stack in most projects, and developers will look to see where there's that additional tool that they can leverage for support. Hopefully that answered.
No, that's a great answer. Yeah. Thank you. It really gives me kind of a better understanding of this. Is it grants? Do you provide grants? Do you provide loans?
Yeah, so it's all the above. As Corinne said, we can fund categories that fall within projects that fall within 4 categories: transit-oriented development, housing, building demolition or rehabilitation, or anything that could be considered development or redevelopment. And so we suspect that some of our funds will be grant funds, probably to a municipality for infrastructure that's designed to unlock the potential of a site or multiple sites. If we're directly involved in a project's capital stack, it'll most likely be a loan, and the terms of that loan will be tailored to meet the needs of the project.
Okay. Last question. that I can, if the council approves this, and you find that zoning's fine and people start applying for it, is there anything more that the council needs to do?
So whether or not the action of entering into the MOU between the chief elected official and us has to go before you is going to be based on your charter and your own local conditions. Some municipalities set it up so that it doesn't go back. Some municipalities say that it's going to go back even if it's not required to. Some municipalities it is. That's totally going to be dependent on your local conditions.
I guess I meant the question to be more of,
Projects.
if a project is found,
No,
it
so
doesn't.
it depends, right? So if it's the municipality seeking grant funding for infrastructure, I suspect that it would. If it is a private developer seeking gap financing, just like they would go to a bank for a loan, and they're building in accordance with your zoning, no, there wouldn't be any other, public review of that.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you being here.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Councilor Bordelon.
Thank you. And this sounds really interesting. Obviously, there's, this is, for me, like a basic overview. I did some research online and I found some more information. But it does get the ball rolling to kind of start understanding what it is. My question is, it talks about like helping to enhance housing. And I'm a big firm believer that we do not have enough affordable housing. We have a lot of market rate housing and things like this. Is there any push that this money is incentivizing, helping to improve affordable housing?
Yeah, so there are many state housing support programs, most of which have an affordability requirement or target some socioeconomic band. Our funding does not have an affordability requirement. We're one of dozens of housing programs, and ours is focused on downtown, walkable, transit-oriented. It may have an affordable component, but it is not a requirement of our funding.
Okay. That's, it's probably not your doing, but that it's a concern for me. I want to see that, but it doesn't depict the fact that I don't think it might be a good idea. But I just want to put that out there that maybe there is some caveat down the road on this level that it really incentivizes looking for that affordable component. But again, we don't have any control, is my understanding, of what people want to develop either. So we don't own the land that we're trying to redevelop.
Correct. You govern it by zoning.
Right.
But you can't mandate
Right.
tenure, you can't mandate
Correct.
a lot of things.
And so with that, though, does this incentivize or help like the property owner to get some help or relief, and that we can kind of help with ideas of what the community is looking for? Or where does that kind of play or help? How does these funds help the property owner, or is it just more for the town side?
No, absolutely. The unfortunate reality about development economics today is most projects, even market rate projects, don't pencil, right? Construction materials are getting more expensive. There's inflation, and banks, are potentially more restrictive in their loaning criteria. So a lot of projects in the state come to us and will say, we have maximized our equity contribution and we have maximized debt, and there is still a gap. And that is where we would participate in essentially mezzanine debt in form of a low interest loan to complete the capital stack, so a project can actually be built when it doesn't otherwise make economic sense.
And again, speaking for the constituent side of people I've spoken to, people want development, but they want feasible development that fits the tapestry of the community. It's one thing to develop, but not overdevelop or make high rises necessarily. So that's some concern that I've heard. Is there any green initiative in this, like incentivizing or helping? I didn't see anything in the writing. I couldn't find anything on the website. That's why I'm asking. Making sure that we're looking at trying to stick to that carbon neutral thing. As a town council, we did make a statement that we were looking to be more concerned with our environment. So is there any environmental component to this?
Yeah, so first and foremost, dense, mixed-use, walkable development is by far the most green thing that you can do, because it drastically lowers building and transportation emissions, which are by far the two largest sources of carbon pollution. Beyond that, we work closely with entities like the Green Bank. We will certainly strive for all the projects that we participate in to be models of either net zero or passive house or on-site renewable generation. But first and foremost, walkable, transit-oriented, mixed use, and dense development is as green as it gets.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, because the areas, we can't say we haven't had development. In my opinion, we've had some buildings, a lot of on Route 12, might not be what everybody wanted, again, but we have no control over what the owners put. Lately, we seem to be attracting gas stations, car washes, Jiffy Lube, oil change places, as well as car park places. We have those per mile, we have those tenfold, sometimes even 3. So how does this ensure, it's one thing to vote something like this in or to adjust, do we have any say of like, what I'm looking for is a better grocery store or some clothing retails or, again, we don't own the land, but we don't need any more of those items. And I'm concerned, will this incentivize more gas stations, more?
No.
No.
No,
Okay.
I mean,
That's what I want to make sure.
Yeah, we will not be participating in auto-oriented gas station, strip commercial. We are exclusively designed to reinforce walkable, mixed-use, transit-oriented nodes of activity and to help communities like Groton who are trying to create those out of older strip commercial environments, to give them an additional tool to bring that to fruition.
And does this also incentivize any focus on complete streets? I know there's been a push where, like, in my neighborhood, you come into it, you can see the original development, no sidewalks. And as it's developed over the years, sidewalks are showing up.
Yeah.
Is this going to help? So as we grow our development, we have to increase our walkability. And Groton struggles right now with walkability. Will this help? Will there be any incentive to help with that?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I think I've said walkable in the answer to probably every single question.
Right.
That is the foundation of what we are here to support.
Perfect. And that is as well as the structure with the signals, the walking lights, the sidewalks?
It could be. Yeah.
Could be, okay.
Yeah.
Because that area struggles and that's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, if it's determined that the catalytic investment is around streetscape and complete streets and walkability, rather than investment directly in the project, absolutely. But I think, unfortunately, we need investment in all the aspects of it to bring these ideas to fruition.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Councilor Bordelon.
I'll just take my second turn. Yes, I think I feel one of the deterrents, or my opinion on that road and why we're getting what we're getting is it's not user-friendly or walkable. It's not a strip where I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna go walk Route 1 today, and there's no here nor there. We have the Navy base there, we have military housing, there's no connectability. And I think our infrastructure, and I was reading this in the New York Times, had an article a while back talking about what should we do first? And that's why, and I'm not an expert on it. Do we work on that connectability organically and get the structures in so people can start to walk there, and would the other things come? Because in developers, I can imagine I wouldn't want to put a shop in a certain area if I'm not going to get people who can get there.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, the most important thing is providing a level of certainty that the public infrastructure is going to happen concurrent to the private investment, and that there will be a scale of private investment so that I'm not building an island, but there's going to be someone making a comparable investment across the street and down the block. And I think you've done a lot of that with zoning. That is by far the first step that the municipality should take. You've done a lot of it through things like the TIF district, which provides a mechanism to bring the infrastructure online concurrent with development. And this is just another tool layered on top of that that's working towards the same goals.
And then my other question, the funding. So say we are awarded it. What's the timeline for usage?
Yeah, so I think we can anticipate that the timeline from municipal opt-in to having a district established is in the 3 to 4 month range. And then it's a rolling application. So once the district boundaries are set, then the municipality is free to apply. Any developer therein is free to apply, and it's just going to be dependent on when you or investors within the community are ready, and hopefully you get in while we still have some money left.
Right. And that brings me to my next point. Thank you. That goes in perfectly. With all the state funding, what's the chances that this is even going to still be around? Is it guaranteed right now?
Oh, yeah.
So it's already been a lot.
The 60 million is 100% set. We are determining now, or this legislature is determining now, whether or not we get another 30 million in the biennial budget. But the 60 million is here, and that will be spent over the course of the next 2 years.
That's great to know, because I know there's a lot of things that people are looking at, education, a lot of other departments that are being cut.
Yeah.
And so people are kind of like, is this really even going to happen? So to know that this has already been allotted, that's great to know. But I'm interested to see what the community thinks on this, and I am interested to see what the change in zoning would look like. as far as, how tall are we looking, like things like that, if we were to redevelop. Are we looking at shops with apartments above and how high? Just speaking from the city side, I'm one view. I know people were really concerned about the height and blocking. I mean, people want development, but they want feasible, responsible development that fits the tapestry of their community. So it's one thing to come in and swipe it through, but it's another to keep some character. I love when I go to Essex. I love when I go out to Guilford. They've done it really well, keeping some of their old structure buildings with shops. I can park, I pull right up to one of the stores, I hop out, I can go down one side, grab a coffee, come back the other, buy a pair of pants. I can't do that in Groton. I can do a little bit of that in Mystic. So I am definitely wanting change and an economic driver, but I also want it to look classy and fit our tapestry. We didn't have 10-story buildings there now, and I know the folks in the city of Groton, definitely some were really concerned about the heights of those buildings, blocking their homes that they've lived in for 20 and 30 years. So where do we gauge, how do we
So
project that?
I'll emphasize a word that you used, which is feasible, right? So it all comes down to development economics. No one's building a 10-story building. It doesn't make economic sense. No one's building a 2-story building. It also doesn't make economic sense. People are building 5 to 6-story buildings because it makes economic sense. You can still build stick-built construction on top of a concrete podium. It's enough density that you get a reasonable return, but it's not so much that it's out of character. It'll vary site by site. It'll vary in different conditions, but a big piece of what we're looking at is not necessarily it has to be this height or it has to be this density or it has to have these setbacks, but is this a regulation that allows the type of development that someone can go to a bank and get a loan on so that we can fill a gap and not subsidize the entirety of the project? That's going to be our assessment in the zoning.
So what are we zoned then on our road now? How high can we go?
So this zone is already zoned a mixed-use town center, so the type of zoning district that Mr. Corus is speaking of is already in place, and it's been in place for 6 years.
And how high would that be if I looked up mixed-use town center? What are we looking at for stories?
I'm actually trying to remember if there actually is a maximum story on there. It has to do with setback and height. I know it allows at least 4 to 6 stories. Again, there's common space requirements. I don't have the zoning regulations right in
But
front
4
of
to
me.
6 gives me an idea anyway.
Yeah.
Because we don't have 4 to 6 now there.
But there's also not a lot of historic character buildings when we look at the downtown Route 1, that TIF district. A lot of it is suburban strip mall development that was built in the 50s and 60s. And what is the character of what we're looking for? We actually had developed some initial master plans in that area that were, and got a lot of community feedback through the 2016 POCD. The previous POCD, this has been an area that's been targeted for development and redevelopment for a very long time.
Gotcha. And I thank you for all the answers. It just is important to kind of understand what the vision is. But I have, seen other towns that have the same sprawl like we have, which is not the most feasible walkable. I don't know what we were thinking back then. But they did kind of hone it in and have like shops on the bottom and 2 or 3 stories above for housing. So others didn't have it, but they made it look like that nice New England quaint look. So there is a way to do such. But anyway, my time is up. I appreciate it, and I look forward, and I think the public comment section would be interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no other hands, we're going to vote on 2025-266, Connecticut Municipal Redevelopment Authority Partnership, setting a public hearing date on May 6th. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Passes 7-0. Up next is 2025-293-2 Groton Heights discussion. It's a potential executive session. Is there an executive session motion?
I make a motion for executive session. I hereby move that the councilors Dan Gajewski, Bruce Jones, David McBride, Juliette Parker, Adam Picino Sr., and Jill Rusk, along with Town Manager John Burt, Planning Director John Reiner, and Town Attorney Christy Kelly go into executive session pursuant to General Statute Section 1-206E for the purpose of discussing a matter which would result in the disclosure of public records or the information contained therein described, that being an attorney-client communication involving the property sale process of the former Groton Heights Elementary School. I so move.
Second.
Moved by Parker, seconded by Gieske. I have recused myself from this matter, and Councilor Bordelon had previously recused herself, so we will not be attending executive session. Any comments on executive session?
Yeah, I had a quick comment.
We are not part of this, we're recused.
Before you go in, like, that's what I'm asking. We haven't moved into executive session yet, is my understanding.
You're not participating, are you?
I have a question before the action is started. That's what I'm asking.
I don't think I should be accepting any questions right now, or you've recused yourself. I've recused myself. We don't have a discussion on anything that's going on right now.
I'm not in it. I'm asking about, like, what was said before. That's all. But it's fine. No worries. Not a big deal.
Well, I don't see any other hands. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye. Oh, I'm recused.
Can't vote, right? Abstentions? That passes 5-0 with 2 recusals. Bordelon and Franco. It is 7:18. They're going into executive session. And we will have to clear the room so they can start executive session. Thank you.
Hey, John, can you hear me? Yep, I can hear you. You're on. Okay. Just a question.
What was going on out there?
Are you on break right now?
Oh, a policeman went zoom that way. A policeman went zoom.
Well,
Are we
when I
just
left,
like
when I came back, there was
on item number 3?
I don't know what the hell happened. I don't know what was going on.
Okay.
Recording in progress.
All right, the council has come out of executive session. It is 8:25 PM. Councilor McBride is now in attendance via Zoom, and he has arrived at 8:25 PM as well.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to withdraw my motion that I put on the floor at the previous meeting.
I withdraw my second, and I would like to make a motion.
Okay.
Point of information?
Hold on, I'm writing a note. All right, so there was a withdrawal of the motion that was on the floor by Gajewski, and Rusk has also withdrawn hers. Second on that, and she has a motion.
I make a motion to maintain the integrity of the town's town-owned property reuse process for Groton Heights. It is so moved to direct the Groton Heights PSRC to select a single developer to recommend to the town council for a public hearing. So moved.
Second.
All right, there's a new motion on the floor made by Russ, seconded by Jones. Is there any debate? Okay.
This is McBride. Can I just ask what the previous motion was? Because I apologize, I was not present at the time. Is that possible or? If not, it's not a big deal. I just try to familiarize myself.
I have it.
Councilor Gajewski has the motion, I believe. Is it in the packet already?
It's in the previous minutes. It was to recommend Eastern Connecticut Housing Opportunities, or E.S. Goodman, as the preferred projected concept plus development team and set a public hearing date for April 8th, 2025. And,
It was Echo and E.S. Goodman.
yeah,
Yeah,
Eastern
both of them.
Connecticut.
Okay. I didn't know if anything had changed. Thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, I don't see any debate. Take a vote on the motion on the floor as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstain.
I guess I'm abstaining.
That would be 5 in favor, 1 opposed, 0 abstention, with 2 recusals.
Can I have a roll call, please?
Roll call vote?
Or just know who voted. I don't need a roll call. I just need to know. I couldn't tell. I'll be there in 3 minutes.
I'm sorry?
Roll call vote. Just a moment. Councilor Gajewski, how did you vote?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
McBride?
Yes,
Are you voting yes on the motion?
that was a yes. McBride, yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Pacino?
Yes.
Rusk?
Yes.
That is actually 6 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions, with 2 recusals of Franco and Bordelon. Okay. Moving on to our next agenda item, 2025-345, censure of a town councilor.
Madam Mayor.
Councilor Parker.
As I brought this forward, I will be making a motion. I make a motion to censure Council Portia Bordelon for unprofessional conduct at the March 25th, 2025 Committee of the Whole meeting. I so move.
Second.
Motion on the floor for censure of Councilor Bordelon for unprofessional conduct at the 325 meeting. Do I have that correct?
Yes.
Moved by Parker, seconded by Rusk. So I just want to read some things for some directions, because this is not something that's typically done.
Madam Mayor, can I just give my reasoning first?
Can I read this and then you can go into it? It's just the directions on how this is going to work. Okay? A censure is not a legal proceeding, but rather a motion, and if passed, alerts the fellow councilor that their behavior is unacceptable to the body. The practice for censure is the following. The person being censured must be given notice, which in this case of referral for censure was made publicly under new business at the previous meeting. Per the rules of the council, there were two members who supported bringing the discussion forward. An outline of today's process. The motion is made, a second is required. The body will debate the motion, including the censured member, and each counselor will have 2 rounds with 3 minutes each per rule, as per our rules. A vote will then be taken after debate concludes. All councilors may vote except for the councilor being censured. A censure is passed by a majority vote of those present. A censure cannot be rescinded or reconsidered once passed. Councilor Parker.
Thank you. I am bringing forth this censure due to the decorum of Councilor Bordelon's action at the March 25th, 2025 meeting, which resulted in disruption of procedures centered around the discussion to the property sale process for Groton Heights. Her refusal to adhere to council rules of decorum by ignoring multiple warnings by the mayor, as well as point of orders being called by other councilors, resulting in a discontinuation of discussion as well as irreparable damage to the property sale process. The following rules were violated. Rule 8, Rules of Order, Section D, Debate Decorum and Debate/Limits of Debate. No councilor shall speak unless recognized by the mayor, and this one includes side comments unless they have the floor. Rule 14, Conduct by town councilors. Councilors shall conduct themselves in a professional manner when they are acting in their office. Further, during a recess, Councilor Bordelon displayed aggressive behavior toward the town manager, John Burt, by raising her voice and accusing him of not telling the truth. Her behavior caused concern to me to the level where I considered calling the police. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else that would like to make any comments?
I'll make some comments. Thank you.
Councilor Rusk.
I don't come by this easily in any way. I feel like we have put up with a lot here.
Excuse me, there can be no noise in the galley while the council is deliberating on their business.
There's been a constant lack of decorum and grandstanding. And I will put up with a lot being another elected official. My biggest problem came with the physical and verbal harassment of the town manager. Our town manager should not have to worry about harassment, should not have to worry about having to remove himself from a room due to the fact that a counselor is refusing to give him space. My other problem is the fact that due to this behavior, the town is directly threatened the sale, or this behavior has directly threatened the sale of town property, of a very highly anticipated property that we were hoping to sell. I have an email here that was written after a conversation, I'm going to say after an alleged conversation with Councilor Bordelon regarding what happened in the hallway. So just a little recap. We were in executive session. I won't talk about what happened in executive session, but I walked out and Councilor Bordelon was talking to one of the developers. I walked past them. The other developer was standing there. I went and used the restroom, came back, and she continued to speak with that developer. At some point, there was an email that I've asked for and received. It says, in recap, Portia talked to you and Andrew, and this was from John Burt to Julie Savin, who is one of the developers. Portia talked to you and Andrew about being at a point where she was looking for another job opportunity and asked whether they knew of any positions. You, after conferring with Andrew on whether they had any positions or knew of any, and receiving a reply in the negative, told Portia they didn't have any positions or know of any, but you would let her know if they did learn of any available. And it said, "Hi, John, yes, indeed." And the conversation goes on, but that is what happened. For a counselor to talk to a developer about a job position compromises the process of our RFP. And I will leave it at that.
Councilor Bordelon.
Thank you. I'm just blatantly, I'm just astonished at the accusations and the accusations that I harassed the town manager. This is all coming out. I brought up the whole CHRO case and the quid pro quo with the mayor because she was recusing herself. So I looked and asked for those videos and watched all of the things about that. I spoke with the town manager and he sent an email to me and then I responded to him regarding what was said. I admit, yeah, a bit of passion. I went out in the hallway. I said, oh, wow, I was really intrigued by the fact that they did this whole process where they helped the residents. They hire a person to do such. I was asking about other developments and things, and she said after this was over, I could discuss with her. In no way did I ever look for a job. I was asking about the positions, the way that they were structured, but not in physical job. And I'm just extremely frustrated by the false accusation, and all of a sudden now the town manager's being, now that's happening. Everything changed once I brought up the CHRO case. I have no problem with recusing myself if that's the perception that was given. But I was just thinking, honestly, this development was dead in the water because one of the developers stated that there was possibly a quid pro quo accusation on the record. And I said to the town manager, how are we moving forward and how come as counselors we were never notified that that was even a thing that was, obviously this is what he stated under oath. If it even is not founded or not, we should know. So that to me already jeopardized the situation. I have been dealing with being harassed myself up here for 4 years, ever since the primary. And, we go back to the election. Councilor Franco admits that she didn't want me on here. She told our Democratic committee that she would not run if I was on. People then all of a sudden had all this issue with the way that I, supported the Mystic Oral School, and I had to earn my way back. It's been a fight ever since. If I just breathe up here, I get no room, no grace. I respond about an issue or a thing that was on the agenda weeks ago, and I ask, hey, can I have that? I get preferences by the town manager. Oh, we already went over this. Councilors should read their packets. Councilor Russ asked a similar question under a different item and is not getting the same pushback response. If you watch all the meetings going back months and years, I ask for my hand, I raise my hand, Mayor goes, and Councilor Bordelon. It's constant microaggressions up here. I'm not treated fair. I have no problem with recusing myself. If that's the perception that was perceived, I said I would recuse myself. And I did recuse myself that night. I in no way intended to try to manipulate a job in front of another developer asking for a job that could have compromised. The other developer stated on the record, he doesn't have a problem with what he heard in the hallway. And in fact, I was just generally excited and interested in what they did. And that was merely it, how their structure was. So it has had, talk about it being hard up here. It has been hard. And I am tired of it as well. So your sentiments, and now there's all this stuff. Now I said something to the town manager.
Point of order.
It continues.
Your
Thank
point
you.
of order?
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor McBride, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did.
Councilor McBride.
Thank you. First off, I apologize for the delay. I had a New London budget meeting I couldn't miss. Regarding this particular motion, I just quickly want to comment that over the years, I've witnessed several situations which have gone sideways, and there has never been any action towards a censure which was taken, and I feel like this is unnecessary. There is a lot of hearsay, speculation, and rumors that I don't think we as a council should move forward with. And I believe we have to move beyond this and to put the items and do the business of the town and move beyond this measure, but get the business going and stop wasting our time on unnecessary items. Thank you.
All right, well, I will make my comments. Wasn't exactly sure how the motion was going to come out today, but this council follows numerous rules and laws, including Robert's Rules of Order and our own council rules. The rules are in place for all councilors to follow equally. Though in my opinion, the rules are routinely violated by Councilor Bordelon, and this repeated lack of following the rules has brought us here today. Over the years, Councilor Bordelon has consistently violated decorum, yelling, spoke when she did not have the floor, interrupted, attempted to speak for other councilors, or attempted to use motives of councilors, which are all violations. Has disrupted the order of the council and just repeatedly violating the rules over and over again, which has caused numerous time delays, impacted the business of the council, and by doing so has created chaos, delays, and all-around annoyances. On 3/25, Councilor Bordelon was called out of order 2 times, though she continued to violate the rules until she was called out of order for a 3rd time. A break was called and the business of the council was interrupted. When a councilor repeatedly conducts themselves as though the rules do not apply to them over and over again, one can surmise that would create animosity, annoyances, and make the governing body weary. After dealing with this repetitive, volatile behavior, I will be in favor of censure to send a message to Councilor Bordelon that I do not approve of the repeated violations of the rules. Your actions are draining to the whole process, and as a volunteer elected official who invests a lot of my time fulfilling my duties for the town, I am plain old tired of it. I just want it to stop. And as you were speaking, I wrote down some questions because some things just popped into my head. I don't have a copy of the video of the CHRO. I'm wondering, where did you get the video of a CHRO complaint from? And did you talk to the developer about the CHRO? And when did the developer tell you it was okay that you talked about a job with the other developer? These things pop into my head, and I'm like, you know, I wasn't there. I did not attend that meeting. But there are plenty that, the executive session meeting where this break occurred and things that have happened. But also in that same meeting, I was here, and I also saw you approach the developer that was here and start talking to him. Don't know about what, will not make any accusations, but there's like just a lack of judgment sometimes. I'm thinking that you may want to separate yourself from some of these things so there is no undue, looked upon as though something is wrong. And you know what? Every break at these meetings, and everybody here can tell you, every single break I leave, I do not stay in this building. I go to my car. I drive. I drive across the street, come around, come back, because I will not tolerate what's going on in the breaks here as well. I have witnessed those. Are there any more comments? Councilor Bordelon.
Again, I agree. It needs to change. And, the kind of microaggressions, we have, it just continues. We have caucuses. I'm not invited. No one tells me. I ask and I find out
Councilor
later.
Bordelon, the caucus has nothing to do with what's on.
Everything you
with
just
this-
said had nothing to do with it.
The caucus has nothing to do with
It does,
censure.
how I'm being treated.
No, the rules are definitely
So-
on the table.
So we had a caucus, I'm not invited. The constant treatment is just unbearable. And, when we look at this, there are many things that constantly, now it's at the point where if I just say boo or hello, I'm point of order. To the point, if you watch the meetings now, the point of orders are just erratic for just could be anything, any point of time. Same people aren't given the same grace. People are up here banging the podium. I waited. I called point of order. Nobody else did. I'm not treated the same. So you can say all of these point of orders, but they're used as a way of just controlling me and treating me unfairly to the public eye. I just think this is ridiculous, and it stems from it stems from our party, and I'm absolutely disgusted. I'm absolutely disgusted at the defamation of my character and the way that I've been treated. So, if you guys want to move forward with the censure, I think it looks bad for all of us. I think it's totally inappropriate, and it's not even in our rules as a censure. So if you look at Robert's rules, there's different guidings, there's a whole process, there's a chance for a person to have a full hearing. It has to be, just the notice on there. That was, but all of this is it's just absurd. And I can agree. I'm tired of it too. It has been a lot. I had a fight to get back here, and it's a volunteer position, and I love what I do. I love my town, and I got involved. But it's unfair that we constantly have to do this. As I stand, I'm still on no standing committee. 9 positions, usually the mayor doesn't take one, and 7 councilors are taking 9 seats. If there was a true mending of the fence before, the hostility might have been different if fair treatment was given when I earned my seat back. Overwhelmingly, the community wants me back here. I've gotten calls and emails and text messages saying, we watched the meeting and they said it was unbearable the way they felt I was treated the last one. And they said that how dare they censure you, we elected you to do a job. I am concerned as well. So, you know, and how I got the video, I emailed the CHRO guy and he said all I have to do is email the complainant or the respondent. So I emailed the complainant and I got the video, just what they told me to do. That's all you have to do. Contact the CHRO, and I contacted the guy, and they said that they could get it. So I watched it. But how come we weren't told? How come we, the town, did not tell us before even looking at this development that this was even a possible concern? That's a problem. But nobody, that's not a problem. It's just, I'm the problem.
Councilor Parker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to go back to the motion. It was due to the perceived situation. Councilor Franco was not part of this process for Groton Heights at all. She recused herself before we started the process. So there was no situation where she was voting on this. Councilor Bordelon spoke to someone right after executive session. During a break of executive session, let me rephrase that. The perceived optics of this. We just made a motion to send it back to the committee. So we need to make sure that our ducks are in a row and there's nothing that can go wrong with this process. It shouldn't have happened, but it did. And now the council has to do what they have to do. I'm censuring Councilor Bordelon because of her actions. It's on tape and everyone can watch it. The only thing that was not on tape, but I watched it during the recess while I'm on Zoom. There was an issue. There is no we've all had a hard time. Accusations have been made, perceived accusations. So we need to find a way around this, but I'm leaving my censure on the floor. We've talked about this. It happens every time. We've asked, we've done everything we could to, I've done everything I could. Yes, have I called point of order? I sure have. We are here to conduct the business. We are not here to keep going on and being stymied by the situation. Every time we try to do something, it's being stopped. We never get to the point, we never finish anything. We have to cut the meetings off because we can't get the meeting under control. We need to stay on topic, and we do not always stay on topic. So my thing is, I'm keeping it on the floor for that specific reason. We are not doing the town business. Thank you.
Councilor Gajewski.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So when this came to agenda, I struggled with it because it's not comfortable to hold your colleagues accountable. It's been, personally for me, it's been a awkward week. You know, I've had to go back and watch tape, and it's draining. I'm exhausted, but it's an honor to still do the job that I do. To me, I asked around if there was any precedent for censure. and what they were. And the two that I came across didn't even come close to this. It was like, it was just comments during a meeting. That was it. And so the precedent, but this was, in my opinion, when I saw my colleague go out during the executive session, I felt that was breaking executive session. And it was behavior that I believe the motion says unprofessional behavior. And to me, that is unprofessional behavior. I don't want to censure my colleague. I have nothing personal against my colleague. But I unfortunately have to hold my colleague accountable, even if they are part of my own party. And it's not an easy thing to do. And I hope if this censure is to pass, I hope my colleague learns and attempts to continue to work with us on the council here and do the betterment for the town of Groton. But, so, it's been a stressful and difficult week, but that's where I'm at. I'll go back.
Thank you. Anybody else have any comments? I'm going to respond to one thing because it's been said over and over again, and I think it's sort of intentional, I think, in my perspective at least, that bringing up the CHRO is basically another way to try and bring it to light and to do damage. I have recused myself from the very beginning when I first heard of what was going on, recused myself. Not because I did anything wrong, but to protect the town and the process that was going on and to keep myself out of it. I never told one counselor up here who it was at all, who made the allegations against me. None of them knew. Some of them asked me. I never told them any of them. But what I will say is a CHRO complaint against somebody while it's under investigation, and there have been inquiries, and I'm not sure if the inquiries are even done. I don't know if they're going to come back and ask for more questions. But while there is an investigation going on, we don't talk about that publicly. That is not something that comes forward at this council meeting. That is usually always shut down, always. But in this instance, it definitely had to get attention. There have been many times that I think our town attorney has had to review these meetings and to see if any violations were done. And I have not heard any response saying that there have been a violation, that there were many by myself. There have been many violations of the meeting, but the way I've handled them have been appropriate. So honestly, I think there's just a lot of, the censure should go forward, we should vote on it, and hopefully this will be a message to say, you know what, let's just follow the rules, and then maybe some of the chaos could just calm down here a bit. All right, I don't see any other hands.
Point of information.
I'm going, your question.
So how is this censure being, because it hasn't been really been laid out, the process?
I think I laid it out in the very beginning. What question do you have?
So what is the censure going to entail? What are we, are we using the Robert rules? Where are we, how are we, none of that's really been discussed.
I said it will be a vote, and if it passes by majority, then it stands. It cannot be rescinded or
So what will the censure entail? What are you saying? What will the censure?
Well, at the
what will
moment,
change?
what's on the floor is telling you that your behavior is unacceptable to the council.
Okay.
I mean, it could go farther if any of the councilors wanted to bring in a penalty.
All right.
If anybody would like to put an amended motion to add a penalty, this would be the time.
That's not in Robert's rules. Why don't you follow
Would you
Robert's
please,
rules? Follow Robert's
can you please be
rules.
quiet,
You never
or else
have.
we're going to take a break.
There's
We
a
will be
book
taking
for
a break if you don't
this. There's
stop.
a book for this. It's called Robert's Rules of Order.
All right, we're going to take a recess now. It is 8:56. We're on a break.
You can't just make up your own rules.
Done.
Mister, if we're about ready to start the meeting again.
It's the same thing here. You should go to the Rules Committee and put censure in your rules before you
We're back from recess at 9:01 PM. There was, we are missing a counselor now. Oh, I didn't see you over there, I'm sorry. All right, we're back from recess. It is 9:01 PM. Are there any more hands for comments? If not, then we're going to take a vote on censure.
Madam Mayor, call for a roll call vote.
Okay, let me write down the names so we're in alphabetical order. Okay, roll call vote. Counselor Gajewski.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor McBride.
No.
Counselor Parker.
Yes.
Counselor Pacino.
Yes.
Counselor Rusk.
Yes.
I am also a yes. The censure stands 6-1-0 with McBride in the negative. So up next is 2025-275, General Fund Balance Review. This is in our packet on page 25. Mr. Burt, this is yours.
Okay, as you know, the town has a debt policy and management / fiscal practices policy. Two of the main guidelines within that policy is that an unassigned general fund reserve maintained in an amount equal to at least 17% of an annual general fund expenditures. So the town council's general fund balance must be at least 17% of its expenditures for that year. And also, any general fund surplus exceeding 20% on a budgetary basis will be reviewed annually by the council after completion and acceptance of the annual audit, which, as you know, did not happen very long ago. So this is part of that annual review. And just a little background information, June 30th, 2024, the audited fund balance for the general fund was $40.7 million. That equals 25.9% of the current FYE 25 budget. The town council subsequently has used some of those funds, including a little under 1.5 million for Sutton Park improvements, committed 3 million for bridges and transportation, committed 900,000 for storm readiness. I accidentally listed Sutton Park a second time. And then per the Board of Ed's non-lapsing fund, any remaining funds goes into that fund, and that amount equaled 427,753 that stayed with the Board of Ed. You're also using 5 million this current budget year to offset taxes. So taking that all into account, using the current budget, you're at a balance of 29,877,269. That's 19.01% of the expenditures. Now, originally, as we got into the budget, I recommended 5 million, which is about typical for offsetting of taxes. But as we see, if we use 5 million upcoming, we would be down to 15.25% of the 26 budget, which would be below the minimum required 17%. So now I'm recommending doing more like a 2 million approximate fund balance usage for the new budget. If you go to the next page, you'll just see the math on those deductions. The unassigned fund balance again, the reduction of 3.9% for the committed funds, as you recall, again, bridge and storm preparedness. The Sutton Park and the non-lapsing fund, 1.9 million, 5 million for the current budget year. Again, leaving $29,877,269. And if you look at the 25 budget, that's 19.01%. If you were looking at the proposed 26 budget, that'd be an 18.31%. And then I just go again further to show you what would happen if we used $5 million for FYE 26. It would take us down to, with no other changes, it would take us down to 15.25% of the fund balance. And just for some other information, and I should note that this year we're tracking relatively flat for revenue. We're not, at this point, expecting anything beyond what was budgeted, so we're not anticipating some big influx unless, again, something really unknown came through. Of note is the capital reserve fund does have $4.4 million in it as of February 28th. 3.9 million of that are funds associated with the enterprise zone, and those are restricted to capital projects, so they can't be used for general fund purposes outside of just the capital projects. And of course, with the potential instability of federal funding for education, that has to be kept in mind also as we get into the budget process. There should, of course, be contingency planning for the worst case scenarios, just to be ready for it. But I'd also would recommend that some CIPs, there's some CIPs that need to be done no matter what. For instance, the boiler at the high school, I think it's the boiler. But I recommend, and I can give you a list of what I'm recommending, that some CIPs and maybe even outside agency payments be held for about 6 months into the budget year to see what happens with the federal budget after the third quarter. And then that's about it, and I'm here to take questions.
Councilor Gajewski.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Manager Park, I'm on the chart on page 26 of the council packet. It says less, so would we be using 2.1,430,000?
Right now in the current budget, it's set at 5 million.
Would you be, sorry.
Oh, would I recommend it?
Yeah, let me rephrase. Would that be the new recommended number? Or would the new recommended number be the
I'd probably be a little more,
2.9?
2 million would be what I'd recommend.
Okay,
That was just
so
an
you-
example number. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, so you'd recommend, instead of in your proposed budget, of using 5 million, you would recommend only using 2 million?
Right, right.
Okay, thank you.
That 2.1 million is shown as, if everything stayed the same, if no other cuts were made to the budget for 26 as proposed, if you use 2.143 million, you would be exactly at 17%, which is the minimum threshold. So that was just a number as an example, so to stay below.
Okay, I didn't take, I said thank you, but I'm gonna take the floor back. I didn't change the time. So, got it. So, this is this year's proposed budget as is, no cuts, no nothing. That's that 2.1 million number at 17%?
Right.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. You're
If
back.
you want to follow your adopted policy, yes.
Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through the mayor to Town Manager Burt. So just so I can understand it, on that same chart, so the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, the line, seventh line, the one below 18.31%, that says 5 million, that's the line that you're recommending change to?
Correct.
2 million, okay.
Yes.
And if there's a 2 million in there, then that 18.31 becomes 17.1 or
Yeah.
something like
A
that.
little bit over
Okay.
17.
So that's where it slots in.
Yes.
And in 2025, which we have typically used 5 million, this would have been the number you're using. And this year, just take it.
Right, that's what the
to 2
town
million.
council had, used.
Right, and we've used that number
Mm.
before. So it would be basically 27,733,000 or somewhere around.
If you
there
use the 2.1 million, yeah. Again, with no other changes, obviously some things will likely change, but
Is it your preference to use the 2 or to use 2.1?
well, there's not much difference. I would say start with 2 going into the budget season, see how, or to the,
Okay.
because it is a reminder, you will have another shot at setting this once it gets through the RTM. That's the final duty of the town council, is to set the fund balance use and mill rate.
Do you have a sense of, through the mayor, a sense of how long it takes a 17% to become an 18 or a 19. Is that a normal year? What would a normal year's growth be?
Every year is different. You know, for instance, if you recall, we didn't expect EB's extra money to come online for a year, and it came in early. That helped our fund balance greatly.
Okay.
But there's nothing so far that's come through. We can always cross our figures, and obviously I'll let the
But what would-
council know if by the time you have to make the decision, if something unexpected happens.
If everything just sort of stayed normal, what would the growth be of that 17? Would it become,
Well, as expected, it would be flat. There'd be no change.
there'd be no change?
Yeah.
Okay. It would just sort of stay there?
Yeah.
Okay. And then we have assigned the other items that are in here, the Sutton Park, the bridges, all that's sort of been earmarked.
Right.
And that gets taken out. Okay. Okay, I'm fine. Thank you.
Counselor Bordelon?
Thanks. For me, and I speak for myself, I find this a little overwhelming. It's really hard to depict or to discuss in a lot of ways. Because to me, I think this kind of does refer to the budget that I didn't pass, but the majority of the council passed. The town manager's budget, which we didn't go line by line and review, and so it's kind of hard to ask direct questions. Now, I did prepare, like everybody else, stickied up my budget, and then we didn't go through it. And I had some questions that would relate to that budget in reference to this general fund, which now we're saying the RTM's doing. So I guess my question is, all we have is the town manager's budget, and we didn't have a chance to discuss any of the other lines and do, and my feeling is what we were elected to do, or I was elected to do. So I guess the town manager, how does this relate to like your decision with your 3% increase? Like, where do you, can you speak a little bit more? I mean, normally we would have had line by line budget discussion and we could talk about this, but we didn't have that this year because the majority of the council did not, and that was the wish of the council. But I am concerned that we haven't taken a deep dive in this and really have done what we've done in the past. So how would this relate, if you could help me to understand how this relates to your 3%? That's my first question.
Again, this is all predicated on no changes at all to the budget. So, but RTM, obviously, they always make some changes. So we just have to see where it shakes out. I will say that I made many changes first of all, I met with department heads before they even submitted their budgets to go through. They kind of took me through what they would like to include, and I cut some things out at that point. Then they I made more changes trying to get the overall town operations down to the 3%. It's a very tight, unless we're at the point of like, if the worst happens, if the federal government cuts education, the town proper can make changes on the fly. We can adjust things, we can make cuts. But as of now, until we're at the point of cutting positions, this is a very tight budget. I think the only very large increase, it's been mentioned a couple times, that 8% for the police department, again, that's almost all predicated on what the council just approved recently for the contract. So there's nothing that can be changed on that. It's a very tight contract, budget.
And then my other question is, I'm looking at other towns, when looking at our general fund, some towns are having to use some are holding some because they're unsure with the education. Some towns are cutting staff members to, tight budget season. I mean, do you think that we should be using more of the general fund?
Well, no, because I don't recommend going under the policy.
But we could, as a council, change the policy if we chose and maybe use a little bit more to offset at any point, right?
Sure, the council could update their policies at any point.
Okay. And I'm just really concerned. I mean, it's a really hard thing for me because, this kind of goes to me hand in hand with the budget and the budget process and the review of it. Like you said, you took cuts and recommendations based on department heads, but, we haven't had a chance to, have folks before us to ask what they really wanted. And, we are, I think, did you say that you control, 30% of the budget?
Yeah.
And we control 70%.
About 30%, yeah.
And so by pushing that through, we took no control of the budget this year, in my opinion. So that's my opinion. But I am concerned, so it's hard for me to kind of really pick this general fund because I see them kind of linked together. So that's all I have for my comments. Thank you.
Mayor, can I just point out that no decision has to be made tonight at all on that. This is just informational leading into once you get through, once you get through the rest of the budget, you will set a tentative mill rate and tentative fund balance use, and you'll have about a month before you have to readdress that. And if there's any changes based on RTM or some influx of money, you'll be notified and can adjust accordingly.
That's correct, and that's typically how we normally do it. It's at the end of the budget, after it comes back from RTM, we decide how much fund balance to use. And I think the real essence of why this is coming forward, just to let the council know, is to explain what's going on. And this had also been delayed and pushed out because we couldn't fit it onto our agenda items because we had run out of time in meetings. But one of the issues are, we have the ability to come back and review our budget. And depending on what happens, if there are substantial cuts on the federal level, in the last paragraph here, it states, the town council may want to consider flagging most CIPs and outside agency payments funded in the FYE 2026 budget to be held and not released until after review of 6 months into the budget year. This would allow time to determine what is happening with the federal education funds.
Right.
That is like one of the main things of tonight, is to say, is there a consensus for this?
Point of order, sorry. Actually, point of information. I just, for the clock purposes, are you taking a time here, or?
I'm explaining.
Okay, explaining. Okay, so then Council Bordelon has the floor. That's just for the record. She has the floor, 43 seconds. I don't want to.
I thought
Yep.
she was finished.
Okay. I didn't know if she was finished, so that's.
Point of information, I didn't know if you were using your 3-minute time or you're just explaining, so I was also confused.
Okay, take it. You have the floor.
No, go ahead if you're explaining.
No, it's okay. You have the floor.
Please, go on, continue.
Are you your time?
Please continue on, good, thank you.
Thank you.
I get back my time.
Thank you. So the question is, this would allow time to determine what is happening with the federal education money. So, as a council, would we give Mr. Burt the direction to basically hold on to some of the outside service money, or hold the outside service money, and hold on to the CIPs and wait for 6 months, even if we allocate them, and then in 6 months, review the budget and decide? This does not mean if there is a federal reduction in money and it's substantial, we will have to dive back into the budget and really start reallocating money in different places, the way I see it. Mr. Burt, did you have something to add to that?
Yeah, and I'm not saying every CIP. There are some things that are more critical than others. I've got a list together. When we go over CIPs Thursday night, I can make recommendations. And then we also have to keep in mind that I focused my recommendations, generally speaking, when I was doing the budget, when I used fund balance from capital projects, which again can only be used for capital projects for the bulk of it, I put those towards the more serious CIPs, the more needed CIPs, generally speaking, the things that I thought really needed to go through. So generally speaking, I would say we hold up on mostly ones that are being funded by general fund, because those are the dollars you could move, that you could do, do different things with for education if you needed. But I have a whole list together to recommend.
All right. Councilor Rusk?
Thank you. So I've got my budget book here tonight, and I'm looking at outside agencies. And a number of these have to be funded. Like, we just don't have a choice. So can we just take a really quick jump through these agencies? And I just want a real clear picture of how much we are talking about here. So SCOG has to be paid, correct?
We don't all have our
Secretary?
budget book. I wouldn't go into the budget right now.
No.
We are
So,
not on a
point
budget
of order?
topic.
So,
We're not on a budget topic right now.
Point of order,
Your question.
I'm just concerned that that's not on the agenda either, to go through outside agencies, and I'm not prepared.
so the point, one of the things that was stated was that outside agency payments may be
Held for
Held.
6 months.
correct. So I want to know what that actual number looks like, because I don't have that number, because a lot of these have to be paid.
I wouldn't go through the whole budget book at this time. I'd ask Mr. Burgess the question then.
Okay, so what is the number?
I don't have it with me.
Okay.
I assumed we would talk about that type of thing on Thursday.
Okay.
And you're correct, some things have to be funded. Yes, I'm not recommending across the board.
Okay. So, yeah, I would love to take a look at this list and see what has to be funded and what that number looks like if we are looking to hold money back. Because I think people have budgets, and just like we have budgets, and it's hard to say for 6 months you're not going to get money. That being said, some of these outside agencies, I will recuse myself on speaking on anyways. So, okay. And I just wanted to note that we do have, I'm not suggesting that we use it, but we do have $3.9 million in committed funds, and that is part of this that is being taken out. So we have 17 or 18.1% plus that 3.9 million. So I know we have committed that, but that is also an option.
I would just like to say some of those things are things that could come forward that we have to use the funds for. And in terms, just one other idea on outside agencies, another thing to consider for Thursday is holding increases from what they were currently funded. There was an idea out there potentially using cannabis dollars to fund increases. That could be something we look at if the worst happens. Instead of funding it through general fund, we fund it through cannabis. So there's some options out there.
I yield my time back. Thank you.
I should say
I'm
cannabis
sorry.
tax.
One last thing. Thank you for this information. I appreciate it.
Councilor McBride.
Thank you. Through the mayor to town manager Burke, just a couple of questions. The timing of Sutton Park, do we have a time frame for what fiscal year that will be in?
Construction starts in the spring.
So soon, okay. And what about the 3 million for the bridges and the 900 for this, well, 3 million for the bridges?
Well, it's not all needed currently for the bridges. There are some other large projects out there potential. We probably have one more year, for instance, on the GLP. We probably need it by, it may occur in 26. It might occur beginning spring of 26 for the GLP Amtrak rail
27?
project. So it could be while we're still in the next budget. So
Okay.
it could be needed then.
And the reason I'm asking, because if those are carrying over, you know, I'm kind of on Councilor Rusk's thought that it's important to have earmark, but we're earmarking something for a couple of years down the road. And storm readiness, is that a designated project, or is that just, because the way that sounds, it sounds like it's fund
Resilience.
balance,
It's the council put away for resilience, which is.
years
Yeah.
away as
I
well.
would just recommend, whatever you do, please don't use 3.9 million to offset taxes, because the worst comes to worst, and you have to make up, that'll leave you with nothing. That money should be held and not spent until you get through the fall.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting that. I guess my only point for asking those questions is, although it appears not as great, at what's 15.2% or 17%, I look at that additional 5.4 million as designated funds, but it's still in your fund balance. So the fund balance in my calculations is still 32.2, which is 19.7%. So I understand the point of they're designated funds, but if a catastrophe happened where we needed to use fund balance,
Yes.
we would be able to utilize those
Yeah,
funds. So
we've done release that,
I
yes.
think I think we're conservative in our approach, which is good,
Yeah.
but I just want to make sure the residents know that it's, in my view at least, it's not 15 or 17, it's 15 or 17, not including the designated
Right.
funds that you can use later.
In my mind, it's, part of our emergency plan, yeah.
Okay, and then,
I should also mention too, if the RTM does reduce the budget expenditures, then you have some different room. You know, if it's a smaller budget, the same number from a higher budget going to a smaller budget would be a higher percent. So it could tweak some too during that.
and the 2 million, how does that change, and maybe you provided, I just don't have it, the current mill rate that you had projected the mill rate earlier, but now there's some changes. Is
Yeah, I
that-
don't have it with me.
I guess we'll probably talk about it
Yeah.
Thursday anyway.
I'll bring it, when we get to that, I'll bring the information.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
Councilor Bordelon.
Obviously not going through the budget, but I cannot support, as it's written here, to hold back funds from outside agencies as, we're looking at a crisis and folks are in need across the board, and holding money out of that is just, to me, something I can't support, and actually that's one of the lowest dollar hanging amounts. It only encompasses a few thousands of dollars versus anything greater. So don't understand the rationale on that. Can you just explain, like, why would we flag that and hold them?
Anything that's not core to the town, not what you have to do. That's what I was looking at. What can you hold off? We're not bound to do that. It's not something that's required. And I had some counselors ask about it, so that's why I put it in there, honestly. It wasn't my original idea.
Okay, I'm not sure what counselors ask, and that's their choice to ask. I cannot support that. I feel like outside agencies are our agencies. We do not have a shelter here. We don't have other rehab facilities, and things that, you know, the most vulnerable need. And as the pressing of our money right now, more than ever, especially what's going on in the federal government, these agencies are being cut overwhelmingly. And so to me, holding back these monies for outside agencies like SCAD, like Arkham and London County that support people with, you know, social, emotional, and physical disabilities, that's not where, you know, you want to low-hang fruit. That's where you want to make sure it's funded. We talk about food insecurity. These agencies that fall under there are our agencies. That, you know, one agency talked about SCAD that they service over 490-something people. So holding back money from outside agencies, I cannot support. And if a counselor that is considering or brought that up has any other reason that maybe can persuade me, I'm open to hearing it. But for me, that's important to our community. So I just ask that that's not even considered, to be quite honest. That can cause a huge ripple effect in services for folks by holding funds for 6 months, access to beds, drug rehabilitation, food insecurity, all of the things that are on there. That to me is not where I'm thinking. When I'm looking at cuts, let's look at where there's the money to be shaved. And that is definitely not in a time of crisis for me, where I would want to make my cuts. I understand that those buildings are not housed in Groton, but if you need help, like you become homeless, you can't find a home here, you're in a shelter in New London. If you have an addiction problem, there are some programs, but SCAD, if the other programs don't have beds, they are where you're going to go. And rape crisis, are these the things that we want to cut? And again, I know that's not what you chose to put on there. Someone requested it. I just cannot support that in the time of need right now, especially what's going on at our federal level. People are desperate for help right now. Thank you.
Councilor Gajewski.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I to kind of piggyback off my colleague, Councilor Bordelon's comments, you know, I just want to remind the public at home that this is not a final decision and there's no reason for panic or anything. I share some of the similar concerns that my colleague discussed, but this is just a discussion, informational at this point. So I don't want to like sound the alarm off that we're holding money to outside agencies. So I just wanted to put that on the record and say that this is a discussion. It happens to be in our council packet, and whether councilors agree with it or not, that's their prerogative. I know where I would stand, but that's a discussion for another day. So with that, I yield back.
Thank you.
Point of information.
Your question.
If this was something that was considered, since it's on here, is this something that you'll be emailing the outside agencies since they weren't able to come before us and discuss their budget? Would you email them and let them know that this would be a 6-month hold should the council, whoever wants this, votes this in?
Only if the council started saying they wanted to do it. I wouldn't
But they'd
panic
be
people
notified.
beforehand.
But they'd be notified that that was the action that was to take place.
Oh, certainly.
Perfect,
Yeah,
thank you.
yeah.
All right, seeing no other hands, I will just throw in my own 2 cents. I will say that if the education budget is cut by, let's just say the $6 million, and there's other federal monies cut through the education that they receive, as well as some other things, and then I know the state is also talking about getting cut by the federal government, and now they're talking about having to tighten their belt. I think you have to take some things into consideration. And I will also say, if there are drastic cuts, we will have to cut a lot, and we will have to dig back into this budget probably in 6 months. So if you've already given the outside agencies the money, You can't get that back. But I will also say, there are things that we have in our community that the town also does provide. The town does have services as well. And that our core to the town are the town functions. And you'd also, as a council, have to start thinking about what services would we be cutting for our community. So there is a lot to think about here, and I thank you, Mr. Burt, for bringing this forward and having the discussion with us and showing us, while it seems like there's a lot of money in the fund balance, it's not as much as and robust as originally thought when you start breaking it down. So, thank you.
Yeah, I think I've mentioned a few times that it's not as much as it looks like.
Yeah, thank
That
you.
money disappears quickly.
Up next is
Motion to
2025.
adjourn.
I have a motion to adjourn. I don't hear a second on it.
I gotta go.
Moving on, 2025-242-1, athletic fields discussion.
Motion for a recess.
It is 9:32. We will be taking a recess.
That's true. Yeah, it's like a consultant. That's true. I got a bad idea. You lose all those books.
Martin Mooney does it every year, and everybody knows about it with Martin.
Okay, it is 9:40, we're back from recess.
Actually, don't like
It should.
Up next, 2025-242-1, athletic fields discussion. This is on page 41 of our packet. Mr. Burt, do you want to lead on this one?
Certainly. As you recall, at the meeting on, at your January 28th Committee of the Whole meeting, you had received the Athletic Fields Task Force presentation, which is included in this packet, where you can see the original numbers presented, options to the town council. Subsequently, you discussed further at your March 11th Committee of the Whole meeting, and had asked me to get some bonding information, some costs to bond just for the football stadium, along with any core items you have to have at the football stadium. So, and that cost comes to, you'll see after the original presentation in the budget, which is pieces of it, not the whole thing. 32 and 33 are the original information. The new information starts on, I don't know the page number on that, it would be 34 and 35 and 36. Chad Frost, who's the architect on this, had looked at, to do the football stadium alone with the paths that are required, some things that have to be done, the cost is $13,685,000. So that's, that's the core piece you had asked for before. While I was at it, I wanted to see the price for, if you did the whole project, just to see how that would price out. And then, as I got thinking about it, I might as well get a couple more options just to have more information. So I did an option adding the field house in with the stadium. And that's back on page 31, that's the $22,476,000. And then I went ahead and added in the parking, thought restrooms and parking and lot. I added that in for a total of $23,379,000. So our financial advisor, if you go to page 37, ran the scenarios. And just to mention, these are not set in stone, and it's very volatile. This is the best guess as of a week or so ago. The best, I shouldn't say guess. It is based on real things, but it could change. So if you, page 1 is just, the first one for $13,685,000. That is just for the football stadium. The first 3 columns, that's what we're paying now for our current bond debt. That's everything, the Groton 2020, some other things we have in there. So if you look at fiscal year 25-26, this, for 26, what we have to pay already is a total of $9.6 million. That's in your budget for 26. That's just the principal and interest added up. And then, and that just carries across. So let's say you passed a referendum in November and started building in spring. So you go to 26-27, that's the budget it would start hitting. You would have our core already required payments for bond debt is $9.275 million. That's what we already have to do. Year 1 of the stadium is estimated at $605,000. If you take the change in, every year your bond debt service that we already have changes, and it's generally going down. So you take that downward trend and then add the new cost on top of it. That's what that annual change in service, first of all, the proposed total new debt service, that third box area. So there, if you did the stadium, $9.88 million, that's what we already have to do with the $9.275 million, and then another $605,000 for the stadium. Altogether, that would be a net change of another $278,000. Moving into we'll do one more year, 27-28. Again, our core already debt service, $8.16 million. We would have $1.3 million for the stadium for a total of about $9.5 million. That is a reduction because of that continual dropping down of our current debt. That's a reduction net of $383,000. So if you continue down, you can see again, if everything changes, what the net every year is. The next page is again just the stadium with the field house added to it. again, that left box is again, same as the last page. It's just what do we have to pay already for our schedules? We know we have to pay each of those amounts. Looking to bond the, again, $22,476,000. If you were going to do the stadium and the field house, the year one, which would be 26, 27, would be $993,000, moving up to $2.2 million in the second year. So year one of the bond is you're paying a little bit less that first year for the bond. You'd have a net increase of our bond expenditures of $666,000. The second year would only be a $77,000 increase, but then third year is kind of an anomaly year of, it jumps up to about 1.7 million increase and then drops back to about 360,000 net extra, or reduction, oh, actually, this reduction, sorry, it's a big reduction, sorry, I totally read that wrong. That third year, the 1.7 million, that's actually because we have a significant drop in our current bond payments. It would be a reduction in total cost of 1.7 million even with this project on there. And then it's about, it continues downward, but not that as significantly. The third page, which is 39, page 39, that's with everything at the high school except for the practice, I think it's what we call the practice field. So it's the football field, it's the field house, it's the parking lot, and that little extra bathroom for the 330,000. So again, the left boxes is just what we already are required to pay. The amount for the bonds would be $23,379,000. And the first couple of years it'd be an increase, $706,000, $126,000 the next year, and then it would start going down after that. Again, net, using the savings from our current debt is, the savings we're getting from our current debt is greater than what the payment on the project would be. Moving on to the fourth option, which is everything. Again, the last one, everything for all of Gloucester, the high school, and the Sutton Park baseball fields. Again, total million of 56, the total project cost $56,528,000. Now, if you remember with the schools, you can't always spend all that money in a quick hurry. Oh, you lost?
No. does it say 28 million at the top where it says bonds for 26?
Yeah, I was just explaining, if you look further up, you'll see 56 million. Do you see that? Upper left?
Yeah.
So if you recall when we did the schools, you can only spend money so quickly on construction. Once you get to this level, the financial advisor says, break it up into two projects, or into two bonds.
Gotcha.
You float a bond anticipation note in the meantime, and until you know the final amount of what you need, because let's say it came in under budget, you don't want to bond for the entire amount. You don't bond the final piece till you know exactly what you're going to pay. And as a matter of fact, we have a band sale tomorrow for the schools. We're doing that band sale for the year again. So the first part of he's recommending bond one, which would be approximately half of the cost in 26. So if you go across in 26-27 fiscal year, again, you see what our current bond payments are. You then add in the 26 bond, which is approximately half of the construction cost, and then you have the band that year, the bond anticipation note for $918,000. What that does is basically save you some interest dollars. It's just a little cheaper. You go across, and in year one, the increased net cost would be $1.8 million to the town. Going into 27, 28, again, you go through what our current payments are. You see then for the first half of the bonds, 2.7 million. You no longer have the band because we should be able to construct that quickly. And so then you're moving into the second bond, which is another 28,263,000. That cost for that year would be 1.2 million, a little over. So the net going from the year of 26, 27 to 27, 28 would be an additional cost on top of that of 670,000. But then after that, it starts dropping back down. And then just a reminder, we also have to keep in mind, is there a time we're going to bond for HVAC? And then keeping in mind if there is something we had to do for the city project at some point. But
And the bridges?
yeah, and the bridges and all that stuff, yeah.
All right, thanks for giving us the
Sure.
update on that. That's a lot to take in and on.
Yeah, it's a
think
lot of
about
numbers
as
there.
well.
And just as a reminder from what we last talked about, if the school funding bottomed out, I wouldn't see doing any kind of bonding.
Right.
We wouldn't be able to afford it.
All right, thank you for the presentation. The actual next item on the list is 2025-339 athletic fields phasing discussion. This is a discussion, if we would like to discuss, if we want to try and come up with a plan of maybe having phases for the athletic fields, because I think, me personally, I think doing them all at once will be, of course, never mind, everything is volatile right now, but doing them all at once would actually increase our debt, and I don't even know our debt ceiling, I don't even know if we have enough to do the full project right now.
I think that I'd have to relook at it.
I
It's
think we're right
close.
on the edge
Yeah.
of, even if we had without changing a policy,
Right.
which I personally like the policy the way it is, simply because I think it's conservative and it keeps us in check so we don't get out of control with debt.
Well, and you leave some flexibility, yeah.
Right, and if something
In case
does-
something happens.
Something ever
Right.
happened and we had to bond because there was an emergency, we could do so. But I'm thinking, even as some people have brought it up, it might also be better to phase in some of the projects instead of having construction going on everywhere all at the exact same time. I don't know how well that would go over at all three facilities. And also if there was construction at all three facilities, it would make it very difficult to do other things at those places. But anyway, we can open it up for discussion
Could I
on,
just add one real quick thing?
yes,
One thing I think is needed prior to any bonding too is a real discussion with schools about making sure that their fields are as accessible to different groups as possible, because we've heard, and I don't know if it's true, that they're not, that they go unused a lot at the school side. And Councilor McBride, I believe you've made that referral prior. And my understanding is the next athletic fields task force, they are going to take that up, but I think there needs to be a hearty discussion of that before any decisions were made.
right. I also know that they're pretty scheduled, they're supposedly very full in their schedules, so. But I appreciate that, and we can talk about a phasing, and if anybody has any thoughts on a potential phasing, which in my mind would not be concrete, because things are very volatile and they could change at any time, but just to have maybe a master plan, a blueprint, a possible path forward on if this was going to happen, to how potentially we could try and do these things, but also do it with bonding over a period of time, where you maybe don't see such an increase in taxes, that if we did something that first year, maybe you would see the bump on the debt as $272,000, but if we add in some things in the future where you're seeing it going down, then we can maybe install some of those in those years. Just to make it so that there's no, it's sort of keeping the debt flat for a while, but it's not putting such an additional burden on the taxpayer than what they currently have at the moment. Because I think $278,000 is something maybe we could wiggle into our budget. I think the 1.8 million might be a little bit harder, especially what we're looking at in the future and potentially cuts, but it's up to the council on what they would like to do and their thoughts about it. And I am a big proponent of athletic fields and trying to get this done. Big fan of having outdoor activities, active recreation for our students and residents in our community. So, all right, I'll open it up. Councilor Bordelon.
Thanks. For me, I can understand a phase in process, but for me, the first phase is very clear, and I've heard it overwhelmingly. The first phase to me is the full athletics, bleachers, concession stands, field house, restrooms. I feel that that is way overdue, and I could not support anything less as my first option. What will get voted through, if I have to vote for something less than that, because I don't have the support, obviously, I'll vote in favor of any renovation, but for me, the high school as a whole package, I feel, is very important. And then looking at the other fields as a phase-in process, because yes, we would need other areas open, but I think starting at the high school with the full thing, the restrooms, everything, is the full package. And then just speaking for the people, a lot of people have said, please let it go to referendum. They feel like the people decide. Some people are asking for that. So, but again, we need something done. It needs to start at the high school, and my vote is to do all of that, and then we can phase in the other sections in phases. But, again, if I have to support something less, I will, based on if I don't have the support to move forward with the full implementation of all that was recommended for the high school. And that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor McBride.
Thank you. Through the mayor, through John Burke, thanks for bringing that up about the referral. I don't know if I ever made a referral, but I am going to make a referral. I know I've talked to the mayor about it, and I've talked to town manager Burke. And I know the fields get a lot of use, but the fields that I see get a lot of use are the fields that are the town-owned and the public works maintained. I drove by, whether it's a new middle school, or the softball field on top of the hill, or the lacrosse field, I don't see them getting used at all, other than after school. So I don't know why there can't be a joint use facility agreement, but I think there's a lot more utilization of those fields that can be used. So I don't know how we can bring that forward, but I guess I'm gonna make a referral because I never did before, but there's definitely, in my opinion, a lack of utilization of school-used fields that they should be allowing other people, other residents throughout the town to use. But with that being said, I agree on the mayor's plan on doing a phased approach. I initially thought the first approach was the small one. I forget what the small one was, 13 million, I think. But after reviewing through this, I am not a fan, and I know people want us to do the full amount. But if you do the full amount, I think it's just too costly to even recommend to the voters, because it's somewhat misleading to me, this annual change in debt service, because the annual change is, in my opinion, misleading because it looks upon the prior year's debt service. So it takes away from the actual increase in debt service. But if you look at the full vote, page 4 of the Munistat, the total debt service is going from 9.96, 9281, yada, 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 throughout the whole years. But the increase in the debt service with the full vote is 2 million, then 3 million, then plus 5 million, and it's 5 million pretty much every year.
Where are you? I'm sorry. Can you explain exactly where you are so we can follow you?
Page, I guess.
The fourth
it's
page,
40.
yeah.
It doesn't say 40, but it's page 4 of
Yeah?
the big nut. It's 56.5. If you look at the total existing general fund, it's 9.6, 9.2, 8.1. Then if you jump to the proposed new debt service, it's 9.6, 11.4. That 11.4 is 2 million additional. Then the next number, 12, is 3 million additional. Then every year thereafter, it's 5 million addition. So I don't think it's a matter of looking at the right-hand column saying the annual change in debt service. It's, no matter how you look at it, our debt service is increasing. Go to 20, 30, 31. It's going from 5.6 to 10.7. And I think a $5 million increase in debt service is pretty substantial. That's over $1 million. I mean, that's a lot. So I agree with your phased-in approach. I want to do it all, but I just don't see how that's feasible or financially prudent to do that much all at once. I do go back to the two in the middle, which is one's 22.4 and 23.3. There's not much difference between it. So I could agree with, I think, Portia Bordelon is mentioning the 23.3 for the same parameters. If you look at page 39, if you look at the total debt service currently, you start with the 9.6, you go to the 9.2 and the 8.1. It's increasing in those first 3 years by a few million, right? 9.2, 10 going up $1 million, 8.1 to 10.4, it's going up, 2.3, so that's a big number. And then the next one goes up from 6.5 to 2.7, so that's 2.3. But as it continues to go down, they're going up by 2 million. So I think a $2 million increase isn't terrible. I think that's potentially manageable. So I would support either one of these. I'll wait till my next one.
I just had a clarifying question.
Your question?
I just wanted to ask, when you said you can't support, through the mayor to Councilor McBride, and it's just make sure I'm understanding in my notes, when you said you couldn't support the whole thing, you were saying the 56, meaning all of the fields?
Yes, financing
Okay,
all of them
perfect.
at once,
Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilor McBride, I will support your referral. I also agree. I drive by the fields at the top of Fort Hill because I live at the top of Fort Hill. and there's nobody ever on those fields. So the town owns them, we paid for them, taxpayers pay for them. I think, and especially it was from the residents that came out last week, where the woman talked about the combining of the soccer and lacrosse, how they worked out a deal, and I think they can work out a deal for them. We own those fields, and not the school board's fields, so they control them. So I think that's a good thing to look at, and we have a lot of fields, and it might actually solve a lot of fields problems. I look at this a little different, as I'm just very reluctant to take on any extra debt at this time for the town. I think it's unfortunate that this is hitting at the time when the economy's potentially cratering, because if you follow the market, it's definitely doing things. And we're talking about a 6-month window on looking at some of our own town funds based on what we think the education department's going to do, or what education funds are going to do. Why aren't we doing at least the same thing here? We don't really know where anything's going. I think that there's a lot of stress coming in Social Security and Medicare. Those services are not necessarily being cut by money, but they're being cut by people. So we're going to end up having to deal with that stuff. So I'm reluctant to add more debt on us, and I think at the moment we probably need to, be very conservative and just sort of watch where things go. And it may take a year or 2 years for us to kind of figure out, see where the world is, at least certainly until the midterms. So I'm not in favor of putting any extra debt on the town than we absolutely have to. And I know our debt's going down, and that's a great thing, and that'll help us out if we're in a crisis, but that's sort of where I stand on this.
I would just like to clarify, we're not voting to go into any debt.
Adding
It's
bonds
sort
is
of-
going.
I know, but this
debt.
is just a master plan
I know.
blueprint to possibly do it phased in the future. I'm just saying to you, I just want you to know we are not voting on any kind of debt tonight of any sort.
No, I know. I'm just saying where I am in this,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm not in favor of putting on debt onto bonds onto the school. I know
Thank
that's
you.
not a popular view, but that's where it is.
That's okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Councilor Rusk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilor McBride, if that was referral, yes, I would absolutely support that. I heard loud and clear the last time that we had people come and talk that they wanted us to put everything on at once. I'm struggling with that, kind of for some of the same reasons that Councilor McBride spoke about. I do think that all of these fields are important. They've been important for a very long time, well before any of us ever sat on this bench and made any decisions for this community. That being said, I feel like it's in our lap right now, and we need to make at least a plan and then put it up for the voters to make a decision. That being said, if we make a plan today and the bottom falls out and there is no way that we can afford it come November, then we revisit it. But today, making a plan for the future, I think, is reasonable. I agree, I think it needs to be phased in. When looking at the numbers, I'm comfortable with asking the town, asking the voters, if they are comfortable with taking on, potentially the whole Fitch High School field, the track and field in the stadium. And we did talk about potentially taking out the bathrooms and just doing those, funding those. So I think there's a lot more to discuss on how we can fund these potentially, but I am okay with a phased-in approach and doing some at a time, some over time. And that may lead to people coming back here and saying, no, they don't approve that. And again, I'm going to say I'm absolutely happy to talk to anybody one-on-one who wants to contact me. I would love your information and your concerns and how you think this would best be done. But I'm afraid to put all of this on at one time is just far too much for the taxpayers to take on at one time. And I don't know what direction the council is looking at on looking at a phased-in approach, if that's the direction we decide to go. So I would love some, I guess, I was looking for my packet to see if I had my packet that had, their priorities and I'm sorry, I don't have that packet with me. I thought I had thrown it in my bag. So I would look back at that and see what their priorities were. And I yield back my time.
Thank you. Councilor Pacino.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do like this phased-in approach, because this needs to be done. My question through the mayor to Town Manager Burt is where is our timeline? We have to make a decision to be able to get this as a referendum in November.
Quickly.
Quickly.
Yeah, I don't have it with me. I've been putting together a timeline. And I think I mentioned there'll be times where you have to, as soon as you have the public hearing next meeting, you have to get full approval to move to the next stage. So, because you have to have the language adopted by September 5th for what's going to go to the voters.
Now, can we put 2 questions out or just one question?
Just one. Well, you can put 2 separate ones, but if they both pass, they both passed. You can't do one or the other.
Well, I'm going to use silly numbers. If we say a referendum for $200 and a referendum for $100 and they both get yeses, doesn't really matter. It's $200 because the $200 would encompass the $100 anyway.
No, it'd be $300.
And just
Well, it
to-
depends
just
on
to
how
make-
you write, it depends on the
If
questions.
you're buying.
Depends on the questions, I think.
Yeah,
It wouldn't be $300 because you wouldn't put 2 football fields at the high school if it encompassed it. If you want to just do a football field at the high school plus this other thing, and there was that question, which was more money, or just the football field at the high school, which is less money, and both of them got yeses, you're going to put 2 football fields into high school? No. You're going to put 1 football field in high school because one just encompassed the other.
I'm not exactly sure if that's the way the question would go, though.
Probably wouldn't go that way, but you still wouldn't put 2 football
I think it would be
fields.
track and field or like field house. They both would be on the thing. And if they both passed, then you would fund both of them. That type of thing. 2 different
Yeah,
things, not the
we could
same.
work on the question, but we can make it so
Okay.
the lesser one is encompassed in the greater one.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, your point is well taken too, that what you wouldn't want to do is have 2 similar, the same thing for 2 amounts, because it might split the vote and say, well, this is my preferred, you run that risk. But then also just to make it clear, let's say this, we might not know what's happening with the federal budget, until after the September 5th deadline. Let's say it bottoms out by November, but the vote's already going out. You do not have to proceed. You can still choose not to. You can hold it for a year. You're not bound to it. You're authorized to move forward.
I'm good.
All right. So I'm just going to jump in really quick.
Totally fine.
Like I had sort of a thought here. What if it was like 13 million just say as a plan, the first year would be 13 million with the fields, the track, the bleachers up at Fitch. The next time we do a 13 million, which could be even the next year or the year after. I would hope the next year maybe, but we did 13 million and we pull in like softball field house at Fitch. Then the next year, because that's where looks like to be a dip, you do 16 million, and you do the baseball at Sutton and the multi-use up at Fitch. And then the next year is like 12 million and you do Gloucester. Is that like a possibility, Mr. Burt, of like phasing it out of such a thing?
Say
Like
it
we
again,
do
please.
like 4 years worth of bonding of different
Certainly.
packages.
Yes.
Point of information.
There's all, yes.
Would that be 1 referendum this year, or would it be 1 referendum every year?
It's entirely up to the council.
Okay. Thank you.
And then it would also, I would also think, my personal one would be, work on one at a time and do a referendum, because if things happen and the economy really changes, and as we're seeing what's going on, the next year we might have to wait another year or 2 because the way the economy is, or, how the things are in our town, and inflation and recessions and depressions and all kinds of things that are being thrown around right now. We just have to see where we are. But this way, if you put a referendum out and it gets passed, we could start moving forward with maybe just at least one thing that wouldn't really harm our community. It would sort of keep everything pretty flat. But start there, and then the next year but have the blueprint. And the next year we tackle the next thing. That's sort of how I see it, just simply because everything is just so volatile right now. And if we go for the more expensive one, I think that after it's passed, you can't pull it back if the economy goes into the tank. If we go for a $23 million bond, you can't pull back if things really bottom out in the economy. We'd be on the hook for it, and because the community would say yes. And just to clarify, when it comes to bonding, please correct me if I'm wrong, but anytime the town bonds, it has to go to referendum. It's basically the community has to say yes to that. Is that correct for these kind of projects?
Right. I think there might be one caveat for a very small amount in the charter. There's some sort of caveat, but I don't recall what that is. But yes, generally speaking, for anything of significance.
Right, just like our schools, community had to approve this. So I just want to do it in a very financially, in my mind, responsible way that it wouldn't harm taxpayers if things changed. So that's me. But I came up with my 4 scenarios that may be a 4-year plan, phased in, and I think it would be responsible. Councilor Gajewski.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As the way the manager has it, has the bond layouts, I'm fine with all 3 of the Fitch High School proposal he has in there. With the stadium, just the stadium, then the field house plus stadium, then the field house, all of Fitch High School minus the, I believe it's a soccer field / lacrosse field at the bottom. I would not be in favor of the entire project because in FY27, it would be a $1.8 million just above increase in our debt services responsible and ability in our budget, which is, if I'm doing math correctly, that's just north of 1/3 of our, that's north of 1/3 of a mil. So that's concerning to me. So I wouldn't be in favor of that. I think that would really tie us down in FY27. But I do share my colleague Councilor Jones' concerns about, what if this does bottom out? So I would want to wait till the last possible moment before we made a final vote to go to referendum. It's just, I'm thinking about tariffs, and even are these numbers accurate if tariffs go up as well? And we could be looking at even a bigger cost of a project. We are in a volatile time right now, but I do want to get this done, and I think a phased-in approach is the best way to go about it. So we shall see, but I look forward to continued discussions on this project, and I yield back my time.
Thank you. Councilor Rusk.
Being cognizant of time, I'm going to ask 2 just real quick questions. One, Mr. Burt, to the mayor, each of these are color-coded. Is that a separate project that can be done individually?
It could, yes.
Okay. And my other question is, are there any other funding sources out there? Any grants? Anything that?
There is some, but, and the expert's right here who's just been looking at it. Do you want to answer?
Putting on my other hat as a state representative, John and I have had multiple discussions about it. We're looking at possible ways to support this project, but I can't just, it's the same, in my opinion, it's the same boat that everybody else is in. We just don't know. There's definitely ongoing discussions, and as a state representative, I'm working diligently on it and trying to find all possible solutions, and I thank the manager for his partnership on that. But yeah, that's my answer to that question when it comes regards to the state.
I interpret that as a no. But I will say that I have seen some, I will just answer your question a little bit. I have seen some for Parks and Rec that they might be able to get some kind of help for some kind of fields, that obscure kind of grants that are not state-related.
Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Councilor Bordelon.
Again, for me, it's the 37 number, and that when I say the entire, I mean just the high school. So I support that as my first phase, and then we can phase in the other sections. I just think that it's so far behind, we need to invest in that. And I had another question. Other towns have done like campaign fundraising and stuff and put it out there. I mean, is there anything saying we can't ask for outside donations and see what we get?
Certainly.
Yeah, I know.
Certainly you could do it. I should
Okay,
clarify
I'm not
that.
sure if it was Waterford or East Lyme, but one of them, I mean, I think parents and people and communities and folks that, you know, had children or taxpayers reached out to employers, and again, I don't remember which town it was, but I think they raised like 100,000 even. I mean, it's something, right? Like, if we are allowed to do that, when could that start? I mean, can't we start that now and just, it's like, say we're seeking the communities, we're not sure, we're gonna do a phase-in, and if anyone's looking to donate, any sponsors, like, can we eventually just start opening that line of communication?
Yeah, I would recommend that be referred to the Board of Ed, that they're the ones that should lead the fundraising. Yeah.
All right, so that would be something I can go into public comment and ask them, because I think there might be people out there. And then from an economic development side, I know other communities, not necessarily all in Connecticut, but they have done things where we're selling off our land at a very low cost because it's all damaged, or, you know, the properties, and they're coming to develop it. And sometimes they can throw in caveats where say, hey, can you do something also to give back to the community? And, you know, you can say, negotiate that we are working on a campaign project and they might donate some supplies, or, you know, there's other people that might be willing to help. I mean, how can we really grassroots kind of get the effort out there? Some folks, some towns have actually started a fundraising campaign way before even going out, you know, putting it to the public, just said our fields are in disarray, and they just started collecting to kind of come up with a plan. So I guess we look at state funding, but I also think we need to look at other ways that we could possibly get money and sponsors, is my thought. But for me, the Fitch High School in its entirety, to me, is the first leg of the race, and then I think the other pieces we can kind of phase in. But even with the high school, even if we approve it, I guess, through the mayor to the town manager, say we did say, let's do all the high school, it might be, as we saw the schools get built, that they might only do the softball field, the field house, and that might be like kind of almost a phase one within the first phase of funding. Is that
Sure.
correct?
Yes, sure.
So it wouldn't be necessarily all at once. So that's why I'm a component for all of Fitch, and let's figure out what that phase looks like within Fitch. Let's get that approved, and then let's look at phasing in the other ones with time. So that's where I'm at. And obviously, I would love to do the whole 56, but there's no possible way at this time. But definitely, I want Fitch as the full top priority, every piece of it, restrooms, all of it, because restrooms are deplorable. And eliminating that and just doing the stadium is not fixing that problem at all. Thank you.
I just want to go back and slightly alter or clarify something I said. So when I say Board of Ed to do fundraising, I'm thinking for the high school proper. Now, if we move on to another phase for like Claude Chester, I believe there's a Parks and Rec group that does fundraising. Then I think they'd be the appropriate one for that one. So I just want to clarify.
Thank you for clarifying. Thank you.
All right, it's after 10 o'clock. Time got away from me a little bit. So we have to take a consensus that we want to continue to move forward. So if there's anybody who would like to end the meeting now, you may want to speak up.
Keep going.
All right, we're going to continue. Okay. Councilor Pacino.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to just suggest that whatever we come up with for first phase, we might want to include the demolition of the Gloucester School. Get that out of the way. Get that nightmare done. And just have a nice flat spot there. Because I believe that we still have utilities going to that building.
Yes.
And we still have to do things that building is costing us money year after year after year. It's a small little bloodlet, but it's still bloodletting. So if we could add that in our back of our minds, let's see if we can get that one done as well. I think we'd be that far ahead of the game. And one other thing, I was just thinking about it, and I don't think this really matters too much, but I just forgot, the word was there, and now it's gone, and I got a minute, 2 minutes to find out my word. Okay, the site amenities at the Clodchester. It looks as though they got a row of trees along Route 117. I'm just wondering aloud, I wonder if they could make that so the new USS Groton, when it's there, is not obscured from the fields. Exactly. That's all.
And a crosswalk, and big flashing lights, and,
Well, there's, all you gotta do is not put trees there, you know?
all right, Councilor McBride, are you all set? I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm all set.
Thank you. Councilor McBride.
Thank you. The one good note is, in the past week, interest rates have come down like 40 basis points. So if this continues to happen, this debt will be really cheap. It's kind of supposed to be funny.
The debt will be cheap, the cost to build will be expensive.
Well, sure, I wasn't looking at tariffs, I was looking at the debt. Anyway, just thought I'd lighten it up. Town Manager Burt, through the mayor, just a quick question. Do you always bond for 10 years? Do you ever go out for 15 or 20?
Whatever the council wishes, we could, this is the financial advisor's recommendation.
Okay, so that's something I think we may want to consider, because in my past, sometimes are those other school projects 20 years? They must be. Or
I believe they're 20 years.
They're 20 years. So this debt is only 10-year increments, so there's a possibility where you could phase it into 15 or 20 year and bring down that amount, because the theory is the matching principle, they're going to last 15, 20 years. So we could, you pay a little bit more, obviously, in interest, but over the term, it's a lower, gives you a little more breathing room, just for consideration. Back to, I guess, Mayor's point, I like the phased-in approach, but I'm kind of wondering if we can do a phased-in approach starting with 2 recommendations. Kind of, I forget who talked about it, but maybe like the first recommendation to the residents would be the 13.6 number, or the second recommendation would be the 23.3 all-in Fitch number, and then the phased-in approach after that. That way, I think we're giving the residents the ability to make the decision, but we still follow the phased-in approach that we have a long-term plan. And one other thing I'd like to consider is, with regards to bans and bonds, sometimes, I think it's on the big one, we have a scenario there where you interest bans, or you issue bans, which are interest-only payments for a year or 2 years. So one thing to consider, if we can get some information from Unistat on, if we did the full boat Fitch 23.4 million, and we didn't issue bonds the first year, if we issued bans for the first year, it was interest only, our current debt at 9.2 and 26, our current debt wouldn't probably go up to that 10.3, it would be under 9.3. So what I'm trying to say is that we did interest only for 2 years, the 27, 28 of 8.1 that we're paying now would probably only be a little over 8 million as well. So the theory would be, you issue bans for back-to-back for 2 years, and then you issue bonds, and the impact to the taxpayer is, we could say our total debt service is not increasing in any year, increasing overall, because we're currently paying 9.6 and 9.2. And if you look at the proposed new debt service from 28, 29, it's 8.7, 8.377. So overall, our debt is still decreasing. And I understand Councilor Jones and other councilors' concern over the debt, but if you did that, even at 10 years, our debt is still decreasing, because it's at 9.6 and 9.2 next year. We're still under that if you issued bans, and then you went to 8.7, 8.3. So you could accomplish all this, take care of the facility at the school, and our debt is still decreasing. So just something to consider. And then again, that's a wrap.
You can finish your sentence.
No, I'm good.
Thank you. I hadn't thought of bans. I have to contemplate that one, because that would actually make some good sense to me, too.
I would
But
just
I
wonder
just-
what the financial advisor says, yeah.
I would like to hear what the financial advisor says on bans, potentially. Can we ask?
Sure.
Can we ask to do some other scenarios, maybe phasing in differently? And then the bans as well. so we can continue a discussion at a future meeting. And can we also see like the total debt, like an interest that we would pay if we did the bands with the 2 years of just interest payments, and what that would be long-term? How much the total interest paid over the life of the loan would be? On the 20, like what was it? You were discussing the one on page 3, is that correct, Councilor McBride?
Page 39.
Yep, with the number from page 39.
I'm sorry, what's the question there?
I'm asking him to have the financial people run all the numbers.
I'd like to maybe first ask them, does the bands make sense? There's only so many times I can go back to them for scenarios, so I'd like to get it narrowed down to a couple questions,
Well-
not 20 different scenarios. Yeah. So I just want it really refined, yeah.
All right, well, let's see what the council wants, but I personally would like to see what the bands do, and then versus a phased-in approach with maybe 4 years over time, how that would look if we did, because I'm worried about if things get really crazy next year, and maybe we have to take a year off. I don't want to commit too much in one bond that we can't back off of if the next year gets too volatile and things explode in prices. But that's up to the council. So let's just do like a sort of go through and see sort of where everybody stands and what they would like, what kind of information, and we'll try and come up with some kind of consensus here. We'll start with you, Councilor Gajewski. What do you think you would like to hear?
I'd like to have a little bit more information on bands and what that would look like. And then also I would like to hear of the phased-in approach. But I would also like to see, if possible, Colchester and Sutton Park as separate projects, just those, all of those, just because I don't have that in front of me, and I know, I don't have the bond information for those projects, and I just want to know what it would be. It's just
Sutton Park runs?
I mean the debt service that it would be, like we have for the Fitch High School, the athletic field, for Fitch High School football field.
Well, it looks like Colchester's somewhere around 12 million, so I would say it would be about the 13 million one. You would take that one and
Okay.
sort of consider it
Yeah,
to
but
be
I would
similar.
like to see those numbers if possible.
All right, well, he doesn't want, we're trying to like narrow it down is the thing he's asking for,
Yeah.
not expand, so.
I had 3 things, but that's it.
All right, so you're at bands, a 4-year phase-in, and sites separate. All right, Councilor McBride, what are you looking to get?
Just a question, the demolition that Councilor Russ brought up is just 2 million, right, of Colchester? You're not talking about the total Colchester? You're just talking about?
No, I was talking about the total.
Oh, the total, okay. Because I kind of like, I think it was Councilor Russ and Councilor Pacino's thought of adding the 2 million, take care of Colchester, so that can be used as playing fields. So I'd be in favor of something from the 23 to the 25, looking at bands, but I also would like to see if it's easy, just to see if a 15-year or 20-year amortization table makes sense. It may add some cost, but again, we're hitting the taxpayer that's going to pay for these projects in 10 years, that taxpayer that moves here in year 11 through 40 or 30 is going to get the benefit of these without paying any taxes. So I think it's worth looking into spreading the term out to have the taxpayer who's going to be utilizing these services to pay for them.
So you're asking for the bands, plus a 15 to 20-year amortization versus the 10, right?
Yes, just to see if it makes sense. And then I agree with your phased-in approach with I think, I like the residents to have 2 options as the first phase.
Mayor.
You were making, it's
Mayor.
way more
Sorry, Mayor.
complicated than, you were not narrowing it down.
I'm looking at the schedule. You basically got about 2 weeks to make a decision. Yeah.
All right,
So,
Council-
and I have to see what kind of availability the financial advisor has to do all these.
Right, so you're talking bands, 15 to 20-year amortization versus a 10-year. The 4-year phase-in, plus what? What, there was one more
Well, part of
thing.
that phase-in, could the residents choose option A for 13 or option B for 25, which is the 23 plus the Colchester demo?
I think we are so far all over the place. Go ahead,
Well, you can
Counselor Jones.
All right, so I'll still say my reluctance to do this based on the current economic conditions, which I think are completely have not played themselves out and won't for a while. That being said, I won't add into any, there's enough options going on the table here so that and they all are reasonable to bands and things like that. So I'll just go whatever the consensus is on those. So I'm fine with whatever goes there. I would not recommend taking down the school, the Gloucester School. We learned that lesson with the Noank School property. I think whatever project goes on there, that's when you take the school down. It's just opens up a can of worms that we can't dig ourselves back from. So I would not take down that building at all until there's a concrete project there. So reluctance on doing money, do not take down the building, and whatever, all these options that are on the floor are fine. So I'm not going to add more confusion to the mix. So.
I just want to know about the bands and the 4-year phase-in. Counselor Rust.
I'm good with bands for your phase-in, but I would like to see what it looks like over a longer period of time. I agree with Councilor McBride. These are fields that are going to be used. Apparently, the current ones were used for 50 years, so it should probably be phased in a little bit longer.
Counselor Pacino.
Everything you said, I agree with. I'm not going to add anything to the confusion.
Everything?
Everything.
And for clarification,
Right?
are you saying the 4 options you had before you tonight, you want those options to be the ones that
Or
get
just
new
a
numbers?
potential, yeah, a potential of breaking it
Yeah.
up into like 4 years, and maybe one being a little bit bigger where the, we have more savings. Counselor Bordelon.
Yeah, I can support the bands, and I also would like to see it spread out over the 15, the 20, just see the numbers, and obviously phasing in options with all those numbers would be fine.
I'm sorry, the last part,
The phasing in option is fine. Just to see-
the 4-year one?
I mean, yeah, 4-year phase-in is fine to look at, but.
Thank you.
But that doesn't lock us in, that's just
No.
numbers, doesn't mean.
This
which
is just
part we're
us
phasing.
asking for this type of information from the bonding people.
Okay.
If he can get it from them.
Yeah, all right.
And we have like about 2 weeks to make a decision. So,
As the next phase is we have to direct the bond council to start drafting things. And then we have to have we have to set a public hearing and all that.
so what I'm hearing is, there is definitely support for bans. Just about everybody wants to know more about this bans. 1, 2, 3, 4. There is consensus for a 4-year phase-in to see, like maybe, let me just see what I wrote down. I just put like 13 million, 13 million, 16 million, 12 million kind of thing. I don't even know if that adds up to the exact total. 12,
I'll take a look at it and
I think that
come
comes
up
to
with it.
54, so maybe just,
I'll figure it out.
that was a general, all right, so the 4-year phase-in. There really was, well, if you count Pacino, there were 3 people that supported the 15 to 20 year phase amount. No, there was more. There was longer time. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there are 4 people that are looking for a longer duration. If, maybe you can get their advice on that, and if they are recommending it at this time, because as it's been said, rates are lower now, so maybe a longer period of time if we could lock in. And then there were some different things here and there. So I think those are the things. You got that?
Yep.
And how quickly can we bring this back?
Well, if I can get the numbers, we can bring it back on the 22nd.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn?
All right, motion to adjourn by Pacino. Do we have a second?
That was a portion.
Huh?
Who's by Bordelon?
I mean, who did I say?
Pacino.
I'm so sorry, Bordelon.
I know
Is there a
it's late, my
second?
voice
I'm
changes,
so
but
sorry.
not that much.
I apologize.
What do we have left?
Question in the middle of a motion?
There's no second at this moment.
McBride was second.
Oh, we got a second. Bordelon. Second by McBride. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That passes 7 to 0 to 0. It is 10:35 PM, and we are adjourned. Drive safe, everybody.
That's not early.